Yes.
The Leaf Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. This is Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1593 of the War News stream. And tonight we have very big news yet again. Right now we're seeing that Crimea is suffering a massive power blackout as the Russian civilians are panicking in the area. And right now even the Russian military is acknowledging that Crimea's situation is deteriorating really quickly. Also, Putin's wartime economy has begun collapsing as the bond market inside of Russia is imploding in on itself, and nobody's really sure where that's going to go. And also, Russia just got caught falsifying frontline advances today by the own Russian military bloggers, literally called out Putin for falsifying those advances. And it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're covering the past 24, actually 48 hours of the news from around the world after our 4th of July China holiday yesterday. And I hope that many of you all had a great Independence Day yesterday. And it appears that the Russians, while not having an Independence Day, definitely got a bit of a fireworks show over the course of those past 48 hours, as significant attacks have been conducted by the armed forces of Ukraine against the Russian mainland and inside the occupied territories as well, specifically Crimea. As of today, we have been able to get satellite footage showing the electrical grid in the nighttime hours inside of Crimea, and it appears that most, if not the entirety of the oblast, save for Sevastapol and Sevastapol, are largely completely deprived of electricity, as blackouts have created what can be described as a sea of darkness across the entirety of the peninsula, with Sevastapol also blipping out of its power just several hours ago, meaning that one of the last cities left in the entirety of Crimea that has any semi-reliable electrical coverage is the city of Sevastopol, and even that electrical coverage appears to be in jeopardy as it is going through rolling blackouts on the daily at this point, meaning the situation in Crimea is once again, as many have said and we have said for weeks, in an absolutely desperate situation. This also comes as the Russian Federation's situation on the front line is also appearing to be quite iffy, and it does seem that at the moment the Russian Federation's armed forces are still still not really holding any upper hands on the front line and are still finding it impressingly difficult to even take an additional block of ground in the embattled city of Pokrovsk, which has been under siege for nearly 7 months now, and also the city of Konstantinivka, which became under siege just about a month and a half ago. The Russian Federation's Ministry of Defense did make the claim today that the entirety of Konstantinivka, a major city currently on the front line, and that's actually no understatement, it's one of the larger cities that is on the active front line right now, was claimed by the Russian Federation to now come under the full control of the Russian armed forces. The problem is that it has not, and many Russian military bloggers are already stating that this announcement of a victory by the Russian army and the Russian government is nothing further than a pure fabrication and a lie, as there is absolutely no proof to show that the Russian Federation's armed forces have fully taken control of Konstantinivka. Inside of the capital of Moscow, the bond market has also started to collapse at a rapid pace over the past several days, and it appears that it is not dying down. It is only increasing in speed and ferocity as the Russian Federation's economy starts to take its final plunge into the abyss. In the midst of this final plunge into the abyss, the president of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin, called the president of the United States yesterday and had a significantly long phone call talking about how well the Russian army was doing, how well the Russian economy was doing, and how much the Russian Federation loves the United States of America, and also how big of a role Russia played in our Declaration of Independence in 1776, which, as a history major, I can tell y'all is not true. That never happened. But nevertheless, the Russian Federation did make those claims, and apparently the President of the United States reciprocated some of those feelings and stated that once the war ends, which he will be trying to get a deal on, then the Russian Federation and the United States can enter into a myriad of amazing economic deals and progress that's never been seen before. In the midst of this, Kazakhstan is trying to stop Russian smugglers from shipping even a couple of gallons of gasoline across the border, and the Kazakh government has announced multiple times that they have seized hundreds of Russian citizens and also Russian vehicles that have been attempting to cross back into Russia with gallons of gasoline that are not subject to any form of export orders, meaning that while Russia is trying to claim that their situation has never been better, it seems that at the same time, many Russians are actually trying to conduct gas piracy inside of Kazakhstan to ship it back across the border. We've also seen that a couple of Russians are starting to whip out them blickies and them stickies at the gas stations against others who are trying to take their little gallons and liters of gas that they're allowed, as a little confrontation happened in Irkutsk today, one of the few that we can actually get to show y'all, which is kind of giving an idea of the tensions that now exist across the whole of the Russian Federation. The Ukrainian armed forces have been able to hold the front lines today. However, the Russian armed forces have conducted a significant drone and missile attack against the state of Ukraine, with a large number of cruise missiles and drones impacting into the area of the capital of Ukraine, Kyiv, and also causing significant amount of damage once again, much like the prior attack that we saw about a week ago. We've also been able to see that Lithuania has now announced today that they are going to be actively joining NATO's nuclear deterrence programs and seeing about having nuclear weapons possibly hosted on their territory within the near future. A complete reversal from prior statements made only days ago, where Lithuania had made the claim that they were lifting these restrictions in their constitution, not for the immediate deployment of tactical nuclear weapons to their country, but the eventual deployment. Apparently, the eventual deployment, as of about 5 days ago, meant 5 days later being the eventual time window, and now Lithuania is openly pursuing this as a path of action for France, Britain, or the United States to possibly host or operate tactical nuclear weaponry from their territory. We've also been able to hear some minor news within the Middle East of a UK MTO report near to the Gulf of Aden and the Bab el-Mandeb, and we've also seen a little bit of further updates from the funeral of Ali Khamenei. Many of his sons were there, except for Mujtaba, and we also were able to see some other interesting developments as well. Not only that, the North Koreans did finally test and show that their Cheohyun destroyer does appear to be minimally operational. It was capable of firing 12 cruise missiles at a publicized and filmed test firing today, and the Russian Federation and the People's Republic of China are currently conducting a joint naval exercise in the Pacific area, or the Indo-Pacific area at this moment right now. We have a significant amount of news coming out from around the world, and we're going to be starting with our largest stories first, and then getting our way on down into the smaller stories throughout the night. But before we do, we actually have breaking news coming out right now. So Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so we do have some breaking news right now at the very start of the stream. Unfortunately, it's not good news, though. We are seeing right now that Russia's conducting a very large ballistic missile attack and a combined drone attack on the Ukrainian capital city of Kyiv. We are seeing that apparently residential buildings are getting hit. There's also apparently other buildings that were maybe civil services inside of Kyiv that are also getting struck by Russian ballistic missiles. So Russia is yet again attacking the civilian population directly, and what appears to be, for the third time intentionally in a row, and increasingly large attacks on the capital. So obviously not good to say the least. I will say this though, tonight we are running a fundraiser to give this a shout out real quick for Nova Ukraine, and Nova Ukraine provides humanitarian aid for Ukraine. So if you feel like helping out the Ukrainians, feel free to donate tonight. That will go to a very good cause right there. But sadly, I wish I could report better news right now, but it looks like Kyiv is getting slammed pretty hard. And unfortunately, if you want to show them a couple of the videos of what's going on.
This first clip actually shows the impact of a Russian bomb onto a high-rise within Kyiv. It sounds like a Shahed 136. We were then able to see what appears to be a building that has been largely gutted, most likely from a Russian cruise missile explosion that is also being raked with fire after the impact. Unfortunately, we'll expect that there's most likely civilian casualties and fatalities that have been accumulated during the course of this attack.
Yeah, it's also kind of hard to tell because Ukraine's still having that Patriot interceptor shortage for their air defense systems, the Patriots. It's hard to tell if maybe that shortage is starting to have a real effect on the air defense situation here, or what the case is. It looks like there's a pretty good number of impacts inside of Kyiv, more so than usual.
Unfortunately, it actually is. Many Ukrainian sources, including the president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, have stated that they desperately need interceptors to be able to properly man and operate their hybrid air defense structure, because their hybrid air defense structure is one of the more advanced ones in the world if it has the ammunition to work properly. The Ukrainians have two different air defense sorts of commands, or at least forces, that exist around their major cities. The anti-ballistic air defenses and the anti-drone air defenses. Most modernized countries, especially within the Western world, generally would have what's in Ukraine called the anti-ballistic air defense forces, not the anti-drone forces. The Ukrainians have the full gamut, meaning that if a drone of any sort is flying towards the city of Kyiv, they would be able to use machine guns from mobile fire groups, technicals, and also automated machine gun operators to be able to try and deal with and shoot down the incoming drones heading towards the city of Kyiv. There's also the seldom self-propelled anti-aircraft guns like the Gepards, which are also used in that role as well, and can kind of be used in some instances as anti-ballistic air defense. The Patriots, however, the NASAMs, and also the IRIS-Ts and SAMP-Ts are generally what's called their large caliber air defenses, or more so what would be called in Ukraine, considering that they have two different air defense nets, the anti-ballistic air defense systems, as large caliber air defense missiles like the Patriots are the best suited to be able to deal with the incoming flight path and meet the more so apogee or impact point of an incoming ballistic missile in flight, and also have a fairly high success and interception rate that would allow for them to shoot down these ballistic missiles. As long as these two different categories are working properly, very few missiles or drones should be making it into the city of Kyiv to impact any targets, whether they be military, civilian, or critical infrastructure. However, while the drone defense side of things is still working incredibly well for Ukraine, and we've seen that most drones get shot down before they enter Kyiv, and a few do make it through like we just saw in one of those clips, it's the missiles that are causing the largest problem. The Russians are currently firing a large number of Iskanders, Calibers, and Zircon hypersonics into the city of Kyiv, and considering that the Ukrainian Patriot missile storage volumes and also the amount that they have ready for their Patriot systems on the field are incredibly low, they aren't able to shoot down and intercept most of these incoming missiles, meaning that those are the things that are largely making it through, and we're seeing that that's what's causing the most damage and the most casualties inside of Kyiv at the moment. This means that providing Ukraine with high caliber munitions like Patriot MIM-104 missiles, IRIS-Ts, or SAMP-Ts is incredibly important at this point, as it's starting to pose an Achilles heel for the city of Kyiv and most Ukrainian major cities' air defense rings, which have been highly operational through the war, but due to a lack of U.S. provisions of MIM-104 Patriot missiles and also the provision of Patriot missiles from other European NATO states, we're starting to see that that air defense ring is starting to see great deficiencies, possibly even crumbling at this point in time due to a lack of ammunition.
Yeah, it's just hopefully they get more interceptors soon. I know Putin's trying to pull the strings in the United States, trying to get support yanked away from Ukraine again. But hopefully we can see some European allies or somebody step up to help during the situation. Because obviously it's horrific to see a major city like Kyiv getting hit left and right throughout several weeks. And who knows how many casualties are going to come out of this attack tonight. So hopefully they get some assistance.
Hopefully they do. But moving us on out of that breaking news coming out of Kyiv, which we will be returning into the larger story coming out of Kyiv later on in the night, we are going to be making sure to get into the largest pieces of news and then work our way on down into the smaller stories throughout the night. Moving us on directly into Crimea, which has started to dominate our headlines almost daily at this point here on the channel. Every time we're on air, we have been able to see that the Ukrainian armed forces have continued to lay waste to the southern front's areas of command that are currently under the Southern Military District's responsibility inside the Russian Federation. Over the course of the past 2 days, the Ukrainian armed forces have continued significant attacks against Russian critical infrastructure inside the occupied peninsula, including, particularly, against electrical substations throughout most of the area. To show y'all how bad this is getting at this point, we were able to see satellite photography that was provided in this GIF, and I wish I could enlarge it for everybody to see here, but sadly, for some reason, Twitter doesn't allow for us to enlarge these GIFs. But we can see here what Crimea looked like as far as its electrical coverage back on the 11th of July of 2025, a very similar time to what we're about to be seeing this year. And as you can see, all of the settlements inside of Crimea did have electricity. You can see Armyansk right there, Dzhankoy, Hardvitske, you have Pataria, Saki, Sevastopol. You can also see Simferopol, Yalta, Chornomorsk, Feodosia, and Kerch, and all of the small villages and cities in between. Every single one of them provided with electricity at this very time last year. When the satellite photography changes to the time that we're in this year, we can see that that's a very different picture. The entirety, one thing that we also didn't point out in the last satellite picture, the entirety of Kherson is completely without electricity. It doesn't look like there's hardly a light running inside the Kherson Oblast, but also, more importantly, there's seldom a light burning in Crimea right now over most of the peninsula, save for the major cities of Simferopol, Sevastopol, and it looks like Yalta might have some electrical connections still, but most of the entirety of the Crimean Peninsula is in a total energy blackout. We are seeing that at the moment, electrical infrastructure throughout the entirety of the peninsula has been so heavily damaged and destroyed by Ukrainian attacks that most of the entire peninsula no longer has any access to reliable electricity. From what we understand, the only reason that Simferopol, Sevastopol, and Yalta have their own electricity and their grids are still running right now is because the redundant electrical connections to Sevastopol have not all been knocked out yet and aren't being knocked out continuously enough to make it impossible for the power grid to go completely offline permanently, and we also know that there are a couple of power plants around the Simferopol city area which are still operational, and their high voltage lines are still able to feed power to Simferopol and some of the surrounding cities within the southern area of the peninsula. Outside of that, most every other area within Crimea does not have a single light bulb on. And the situation, as many of y'all will know, in the gas supply realm and also in the food supply realm have also entered absolutely dire straits, much like the electrical situation that we're able to see visibly from satellite. We also were able to hear that over the course of the day, the situation is being assessed by the Russian forces as becoming worse and worse. As one of the mill bloggers, 2 Major, stated, the enemy created even more serious problems with the power supply to Crimea and Sevastopol last night. In the face of the enemy's information warfare operation, it's now critical to keep a cool head despite the difficult situation.
I love how the Russians are trying to frame this like it's simply a psyop that the Ukrainians are conducting on the Crimean Russian civilians there. It's like, it's not a psyop. It's like we can see from the satellite that the power is gone. Like the power is out in most of Crimea. And even the places that are showing some power usage, those are now out too, at least temporarily, after the Ukrainians hit these substations around several major Crimean cities. So, I mean, it's foul. I mean, and the power is just one prong of the collapse. I mean, that's just one prong of it. Don't forget the food, the water, the gasoline, and then add the power to it. So I mean, there's no psyop here. It's reality.
Yeah, there's really no psyop. There's no way for the Russians to say, let us not lose our heads, folks, due to a small calamity. It is only a small issue, and the Ukrainians try to get in your head to make it think it's much bigger. It's like you can see on satellite that there's no electricity in basically every single city but Sevastopol. And to also point this out to y'all, because this just happened a few hours ago, Sevastopol no longer has any electricity, at least right now. The power is blipped off again in Sevastopol, much like it has over several days in the past, and we've seen that once again, network connectivity inside of Sevastopol has dropped once again to flat zero, meaning that the power has gone off in the area, and that also means that the internet is inoperable as well. This is a bit concerning, at least for the Russians, because every single time that this electricity inside the city blips out, it might be the last time that it ever blips out. It might not ever come back on. And like we've seen in the rest of the peninsula, which has already seen that their lights went out and never came back on, Sevastopol appears to be the next on the chopping block for electrical connections to be completely severed by Ukrainian long-range drone attacks. We've also been able to see as well that it's not just electricity that's an issue. We all know that the gas crisis has been going on in Crimea, and the very little fuel that's left is skyrocketing in price beyond all measure. Today, a Russian showed a receipt of their gas price at the pump inside of Crimea. The very little gas that is even afforded or given inside of Crimea at this point, this person was lucky enough to get. And we were able to see that their bill was a whopping 11,600 rubles for an incredibly small amount of gas. And to give you all the exact amount.
Yeah, what's the exact amount of gas here? It's, let's see here. What was the total amount?
Let's see here. It's 290 rubles a liter. So let's see here.
He
The
got
amount, it was
whatever he
11.6
got.
liters.
Yeah, so for 11.6 liters, which is basically nothing, he paid 150 USD for it. That's I mean, you don't even pay 100. I would assume this guy's a regular car too, so it's not like a monster truck he's filling up. So $150 for barely like maybe half a tank.
Man, that's insane. Let's think about that for a minute. 11.6 liters, right? Like 11.6 liters. Well, actually, let me make sure, because that says P. That might be ruble. Well, let me make sure. Let's see here. I'm trying to see if I can find on the receipt where it says the amount that he got. Where in the world does it say that? Wait a minute. Is it 40? Let me, like, it looks like it says 290 times 40 right there. For Octane 100. I'm trying to make sure, but to break it down, to make sure just to get the caption instead of trying to do this all by hand, someone else already did this, Neon Purple Star on Reddit, and according to the information that they were able to get in Sparse, they were able to say that in Crimea, the gasoline prices have reached 290 rubles per liter, which is €3 and 30 cents per liter, or $14.30 per gallon. So that's $14.30 per gallon inside of the occupied Crimean region right now. The last time we saw this, which was about 5 days ago, the price had reached roughly, I think it was about $12 a gallon back then. It's now $14.30. So in the course of 5 days, the price per gallon has risen another $2.50 inside of Crimea. It's not looking that good at this point for the remaining Crimeans, which remain inside the peninsula, for them to be able to get around. And we have to remind you all that that sort of a cost is impacting everything inside the peninsula, and that's if you can even find the gas at all. In most regions of the peninsula, there is no gas available absolutely anywhere. And a lot of people are starting to talk about this situation in the chat, and how bad the blackout's getting, how bad the gas shortage is getting, and how bad the food and water crisis is getting inside of Crimea, all compounding at the same time, and whether or not the Russian Federation is really going to try and do anything about this, or what's going to be happening next. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so Crimea has basically been put back to the Stone Ages at this point, and they've lost all modern conveniences to a large degree. And not only that, but now they're also having, a drinking water issue too. And once you start having that problem, you pretty much hit rock bottom if you don't have drinking water. So amid the large-scale power blackout that's now been added on top of their other crises inside of Crimea, what's going to happen now? Is Russia going to do something about it, or are they just going to sit back and not really care? 66% of the audience said Russia will ignore the civilians and leave them there to suffer, while 27% said Russia will evacuate the civilians very soon, and 3% said it's not as bad as it looks. And for those 3%, I mean, name a crisis that Crimea is currently not experiencing right now. There's literally not a single public utility that's not in crisis mode right now. So I mean, there's literally nothing normal there. So it's as bad as it looks. I would have to disagree strongly with those 3%. I would say that I believe Russia will ignore the civilians. I know Enforcer said before he thinks that Russia will be forced to evacuate them. I don't think Putin's going to do that because, number one, it requires him to basically admit defeat in Crimea. Also, he's going to withdraw all that equipment, all that military command structure, all that's going to have to leave. So that's failure that Putin can't afford to have. That would be such a monumental blow to his propaganda regime that I don't think he can afford that. So he's probably going to say, let's just let the people in Crimea just die off due to all these crises, and whatever suffering takes place, we'll just simply pull an information campaign and try to overlook it and try to cut the internet off potentially, which we're already seeing the internet get cut off in Crimea, sort of due to the attacks, really. And I would say that's what he's going to do. He's going to try to cover it up. So I'm with a 66%. The civilians are in deep trouble that are left inside of Crimea, and Putin does not give a crap. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'm going to have to go with the 27%. They're going to have to evacuate the civilians soon. They can't really create an open-air concentration camp or a gulag where they let everybody kind of just starve to death in the wide open, where they can just be relayed right back into Russia. Crimea is considered by the Russian government and the Russian people, and has been for about 12 years at this point, a part of the Russian Federation. In technical Russian legal wordage, they say that Crimea is a semi-autonomous republic of the Russian Federation, a lot like the Republic of Chechnya, and therefore it has the general understanding, at least in the Russian public, that the people living in Crimea are Russian citizens. So if they generally leave them all to die, leave them all to starve to death, to die of thirst, and generally just die in the abject conditions that exist there, that's going to spread around Russia pretty quickly. And also the fact that the Russian Federation's government will be doing absolutely nothing to help them out and will basically have cordoned them off to die, that's not really going to be doing a lot of good for the public inside of Russia either. And that might start to foment further dissent against the Russian government that we haven't seen yet. And that could once again further destabilize the position of the Russian Federation's government. A government in a dictatorial sense can execute people in the millions, but they have to do it in a way where it looks like it has some sort of state legitimacy to it, and it also has to be done largely in secret. The concentration camps of Nazi Germany and the gulags of the Soviet Union, for example, were all sent into the hinterlands, far away either from the eyes of the German or the Soviet citizens, so they can execute enemies of the state in quiet. If you largely just kind of chop off an entire part of the population, just go, oh, they're all going to die, innocent or guilty, then you just let them die basically in an open-air prison in Crimea, that's going to be something that most people will not take too well, even in a place like Russia. It wasn't really taken all too well by the people of, say, China, for example, during the Great Leap Forward, or any other places in the world where there was significant amounts of civilian suffering in the wide open for really no reason, just because of government inefficiencies or because of their brutality.
I don't know. I mean, my theory, I'm sort of basing my theory off of this. Putin sends literally thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of Russian civilians to their death on the front lines inside of Ukraine on a monthly basis, and he's been doing that for 4+ years. And so far, the Russians know that that situation is really not survivable. Because, I mean, the proof's in the pudding. When you see a whole bunch of mothers sending their sons off to the Russian military and they're getting conscripted, and then they're thrown into this frontline meat grinder situation, and they don't come back for 4+ years, and it happens over and over and over again, the Russians know that what the situation is. They may not be able to speak out about it because they're worried about reprisals from the Putin regime, but they know that Putin's putting them basically into an unsurvivable situation. So Putin's never cared about that. The way he covers it up is through information campaigns. He puts out a whole bunch of campaigns saying it's all about bravery, it's all about this, that, and another, and he tries to cover it up. I think he'll do the same thing with Crimea. He's going to basically say, we're helping the best we can with the people stuck inside of Crimea, but ultimately, though, this is Ukraine's fault. Ukraine's the one doing it and killing the civilians, and we're doing the best we can under this whole NATO regime coming down and trying to take down Crimea. That's what he's going to say, and he's going to try to use those information campaigns to cover up his failure inside of Crimea.
Maybe. I mean, possibly that could be the case, but one thing that would lead me to believe that probably wouldn't be, to go into a little bit of greater detail on the history of this, would be how Hitler conducted the evacuation of East Prussia at the latter end of World War II. Back then, there was the Königsberg Pocket, or the East Prussian Pocket, that existed in Germany as the Soviet forces were advancing westwards and towards Berlin at the very latter end of the war. And there was about 2.5 to 3 million German soldiers and German citizens that were largely isolated in this pocket around the former city of Königsberg, Petersburg, now called Kaliningrad, that were going to be under Soviet control before long, which was a brutal sort of a reality to live in, especially for the Germans at that point, if they were left there. Hitler actually did order, and once again I have to remind everyone, Hitler is one of the worst leaders that we've seen in the past 100 years, and how narcissistic they were and how they would literally let the entire nation be destroyed around them to try and prop themselves up. But they even ordered the evacuation of East Königsberg and evacuated a very large number, I believe it was over 1 million or so German citizens from East Prussia before Königsberg actually fell. That's actually where one of the worst maritime disaster in human history ever came from, which was the sinking of the Wilhelm Gustloff. And if someone like Hitler, who was as barbaric, brutal, savage, and sick in the head as he was, would order an evacuation of Kaliningrad, even at the time of the war where resources were non-existent to even try and conduct that, and yet they put all of their efforts into it to try and conduct the evacuation, I'd have a feeling that Putin leaving citizens in a very similar situation to that, to just basically starve off and die inside of Crimea, really wouldn't be looked at too well.
I don't know. I would have to disagree personally. I think the fact that they haven't started an evacuation already is pretty telling in itself. Because, I mean, anybody with any sense right now that runs a country that saw what was happening inside of Crimea, literally, the entire board is red with red alerts, with all kinds of crises happening, all kinds. There's already people suffering as it is, and people getting hurt left and right because of all these failures inside of Crimea from the Russian government. They would have already started an evacuation if they cared. So, I think the fact he hasn't done one already is pretty indicative that he doesn't plan on doing one. We have seen reports that Russia is moving out military equipment and they're moving out military documents and also some of the commanders, but there's no evidence that they're actually preparing to evacuate the civilians from the area. And in fact, they can't even get the few people out that are able to leave. They can't even get them across the bridge hardly. They're still lined up for kilometers to get on the Kerch Bridge and they still can't even get them out.
I mean, maybe. I mean, maybe they'll leave them there to die. I have a feeling, though, that if they did, which is something they could certainly try to do, but it'd be a pretty bad idea, I have a feeling that's probably going to start turning the tides against Putin a lot faster than many people would expect if that was the decision that they made. And that would be the only reason they would ever conduct an evacuation of Crimea, is to make sure that the Russian people don't realize that the Russian government isn't there for them. Because for years, even right now, the Russian government's saying, we're fighting this glorious war in Ukraine against NATO, trying to destroy us and kill us all and end our way of life. So it's a fight for survival. They make it into this glorious thing, and the propaganda and the social media aspect in Russia. It's really hard to keep arguing that we're in this glorious struggle and that the Russian government really cares for the Russian people and it's a symbiotic relationship if they just cordon off Crimea and let everybody there rot away and die, and everybody in Russia can
But
watch that happen in real time.
But what's worse though is he has two options here. Putin can either evacuate Crimea completely and basically abandon it to a large degree and basically have a huge strategic military defeat, which will be embarrassing to the utmost degree, or he can leave the people there to die and suffer, and he'll just blame it on Ukraine. Which one is a lesser blow for propaganda reasons? Which one's a lesser blow? I would say in Putin's eyes, he probably believes that leaving the people there in Crimea and letting them suffer and die possibly is a better and easier thing to cover up than the complete military defeat of completely evacuating Crimea. That's my guess. That's why I'm saying he'll probably not evacuate.
Oh, maybe. Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see. I think we'll have to agree to disagree on this one. But we'll have to wait and see if an evacuation is ever ordered, if it's not, and figure out what the Russian government's perspective or approach on that's going to be. But moving us on out of that bit of news, the Ukrainians have still been laying waste to Crimea in other ways, and it appears that they have conducted a significant campaign using the Ukrainian long-range drone attack forces to be able to hit the airfield at Hordvitske, just north of the city of Sevastapol, which we could see right here. This is the area that was believed to be targeted by the Ukrainian armed forces overnight. And we also were able to see footage that came out from the Belbek airfield directly from the Ukrainian drone forces, showing them striking and destroying a couple of MiG-29s that are still operating out of Belbek airfield north of Sevastopol. We actually see them showing the infographic here of the drone flying in to the southern side of the tarmac and seeking out the Russian aircraft that are here. We can actually see a MiG-29 right there.
Oh wow, they got that one dead on. That's a loss. That looked like a somewhat newer one actually.
I think it's, let's see, I think they put the variant, they actually didn't put the variant. Let's see here. Depending on that hump, The hump tells a lot about a MiG-29. If the hump back there behind the cockpit is thick, it's a newer version like a MiG-29 SMT. If it's a thin sort of a back, it's most likely one of the earlier MiG-29s. It looks to me that the hump is a pretty thick one, so that looks like a MiG-29 SMT, which I think is one of their more modern versions of the MiG that they have in operation right now. So they did lose one of those overnight, and it looks like it was in the process of getting refueled, with a very little fuel, mind you, all that's left inside of Crimea for this sort of a thing. So they might have also taken out the support truck, the fuel truck, along with the MiG. So that's a pretty significant loss for them, without a doubt. But there was the hit right onto the cockpit window, and that is definitely a destroyed MiG. But moving us on out of those clips inside of Crimea, we've also been able to hear of some other incidents that have been evolving inside of the Russian government for the most part, and the Russian economy today, which is becoming extremely dire. And I cannot not even really explain the links of how bad it's getting at this point inside of the Russian Federation economically. As all of y'all know, it's been pretty bad already, and we've been able to report a lot of proof and touch points to show how bad it is. The bond market is absolutely collapsed today. We were able to see Putin with that Gopnik stare literally just yesterday, which is giving us an idea that things just can't be going well anymore, you know?
Yeah, I mean, also, by the way, just for context, this was Putin visiting, I believe, a frontline location or a military location somewhere near the war zone. So if you're showing up looking like this to your soldiers, I mean, this doesn't look like the face of success.
Man, inside of that head, man, you can hear, "Hello, darkness, my old friend." Man, like, I've come
Hell,
to
he
talk
is the
with
darkness.
you again. Man, like, honestly, man, he is. But he's got that fluoride stare, that Gopnik 1,000-yard stare, that conscript Niki look, that kind of look where you get told that you're going to go over the top and get hit by Ukrainian FPV in 30 seconds kind of a look. Not really the inspiring look of a president of a Russian Federation that's really winning a war at this point, you know? That face has got quite a lot of grief on it. I mean, you can literally read the grief through the screen, like, of what he knows is happening at this point. It's not looking good for him. Not looking good at all. And the reason why is because when we look at the bond market inside of Russia, it's imploded. Like, literally, just like right now. As many of y'all will know, there was a bond implosion that happened back in 2025, which you can see right here on the chart. And the Russians, to explain this the best we can, have been trying to cook the books for years on the bond market and everything else concerning their economy to try and keep it stable, although it's anything less than stable. And we were able to see here, right here at this first little spike, that was actually the beginning of the war in Ukraine, and right then the Russians started cooking the books to the extreme. And we're able to drop the bonds down to kind of their pre-war level for a little bit, but since then, they've been trying to throw out every single stopgap measure at every single one of these blips to try and slow down the collapse of the bond market and also the rest of their economy, including the stock market and everything else, to try and stop the implosion. But as of today, the brakes were released once again due to some force inside of the bond market, and the bonds are once again skyrocketing even farther, almost to the peak that was seen at the new year in 2025 about a year and a half ago. The situation's quite bad. The bond market is a great read for that, and there's no doubt about it, it couldn't be any worse. It's getting so bad that apparently, according to Dmitry Peskov today, he has actually said that the special military operation is a war. And to remind you all, it's against the law in Russia to call the war in Ukraine the war in Ukraine. You have to call it the special military operation. If you call it a war, you're going to be arrested and charged with some made-up, trumped-up charge inside the Russian Federation for inciting actions against the state. But according to the Kremlin spokesman, Dmitry Peskov, he said that after Western countries became involved, the special military operation turned into a real war. And under these circumstances, the Kyiv regime is capable of anything, he added. So it appears that
Oh, really? I thought that Kyiv was just a regime that was just a matter of time before it fell. I remember when these people like Mr. Rat here from the Kremlin and all kinds of other Russian analysts were saying 3 days, the war will be over. Here we are 4+ years later. It turns out 3 days turned into 4+ years. That's a strange reversal there. And apparently now Ukraine's capable of anything when before they were just a roach to be stepped on.
It's a little bit. I mean, I don't want to say that it's like a huge change, but it's a bit of a change, certainly. Like it's one that really starts to raise the question: it's got to be going really bad for them, isn't it, at this point, for them to start saying stuff like this? I mean, they're literally coming out and just coming up with excuses flat up at this point to try and find any way conceivable to make it seem like the war is going bad, not because Ukraine's beating them, it's because the whole world's against them at this point. They now have to construct basically an entire foe in itself of the entire Western world against them to make it seem like the reason why we're doing bad is it's not just Ukraine, because they're still a roach. It's that everybody else is against us in the world and basically fighting us by proxy in Ukraine. And my response to that is cry harder. They should have known that when the war started. We also were able to hear as well that the situation in the air defenses are so bad that Russia's largest job search website is advertising for drone operators to protect the skies over Moscow. No prior work experience needed. Man.
Oh my goodness. I would imagine, here's my prediction. If they start doing that, then they're going to have a whole bunch of inexperienced drone operators with very little experience because apparently they're so short on them. They're desperately trying to hire people. They won't know what they're doing. And the Russian drone efficiency is going to go down the toilet at that point.
I have a feeling that it probably is. It's probably going to be going down the toilet pretty quickly. Also, another thing that I got to add is that's kind of a weird thing to advertise on like the Russian version of Indeed is hey, by the way, you can like operate a drone to shoot down Ukrainian ones. It pays kind of okay. It's like that's a little bit odd to put out there. That'd be like the US government going, "Hey, we fired everybody last year in the Doge cuts. But you can run a satellite now. No experience needed. You can just apply here on Indeed." It's like, man, that's kind of crazy, really. When you think about that, it's so crazy. It's such a nutty situation that the Russians are in, that the Russians are running into some brick walls, to put it lightly, just to show you one of them. Down in Krasnodar, they've run out of bread today in most of the grocery stores inside the city of Krasnodar. And this actually came out from a news source, Home News, inside of the Krasnodar Oblast, where they stated that in Krasnodar, amid the fuel crisis, bread deliveries to both small grocery stores and large retail chains were virtually non-existent all day yesterday. Photos of empty shelves have already surfaced online, raising concerns among city residents. Fuel shortages are once again being blamed for the disruptions, preventing carriers from delivering goods to stores on time. In some cases, trucks carrying groceries are delayed en route to distribution centers, while in others, drivers are simply unable to refuel due to the queues and restrictions at gas stations. The situation is especially alarming given that that this is no longer a single glitch, but a problem that's beginning to impact the daily lives of the Krasnodarians, which are the residents of Krasnodar. If fuel supplies to gas stations are not restored soon, disruptions could also affect other essential goods. The economy is going down the tubes in Russia. I mean, the bond market shows that quite clearly, and we can also see the full-on proof that there's no bread in the stores in a decent amount of Russia at this point. And y'all know, folks, that one of the most important prices that leaders of nations look at is the prices of grains. Grain is a staple in the modern diet because it's very easy to produce, very cheap to sell, in large bulks to people. It's not incredibly healthy to have an entirely grain-based diet, but since the agrarian revolution of thousands of years ago, basically everybody alive eats mostly a grain-based diet. It's the easiest thing to be able to give people. And because of this sort of an economic calamity that we're watching, with the bond market exploding, the fuel and food shortages getting worse, a lot of people are starting to talk about what the likely outcome is going to be. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? What are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so this Russian bond market situation, we're seeing today that the bond yields inside of Russia are starting to go through the roof. Over the last 2 months alone, they have dramatically risen, which is usually a very, very strong distress signal that an economy is going down the toilet. That's what that usually means. So today, we saw that it started imploding amid the economic failures that we've been mentioning about, literally everything going down the tubes for the most part. So what do you think is the likely outcome? 62% said the Russian economy will end up ending the Ukraine war because they're simply out of cash. 19% said China will probably save Russia very soon, or they're going to keep saving them, one or the other. And 9% said the Russian economy will stabilize enough for Russia to keep going and survive, at least in the short term. So I'm no economist, but let me give my best attempt to explain what's happening here based on my layman's understanding of it. And people can rate me on whether or not this is a good explanation that know what they're talking about with economics. So when bond yields, which is what that chart was showing, start going up, that indicates that the government of that country is trying to fund their debt and their expenses by selling bonds to the public and incentivizing the purchase of bonds to the domestic population by raising the yields. Because what Russians see when they see a yield rising on a bond like that is they see an investment opportunity. And that's what that's intended to do, is incentivize the Russian civilians to buy those bonds to basically finance the Russian war effort. That's what they're doing. So I think some people used to call them war bonds, possibly. Like they're war bonds are specifically for the war. But I guess you could say that maybe Russia's trying to do war bonds. I guess you could say that. But the yield is extremely high. I think it's like 16% or something, which is wild, by the way. That's a 16% yield on a bond. That's insane. But the reason why Russia's having to do that is because they've been cut off from international financing. The sanctions have cut them off, so they have nowhere to really get help from except from their own domestic audience. And that's why we're seeing the bond market go through the ceiling right now, or at least the yields going through the ceiling, is because of that fact. They're trying to fund the war by getting the citizens to pay for it. So I would say personally, I think that ultimately China will stabilize enough to keep the war going. They've done it for several years at this point. And I would say they'll probably keep going. And if they can't make ends meet, they'll probably get help from China. That's my guess. I'm going to have to die on that hill with China. I think China is going to keep helping Russia, and that's not going to stop. They've been providing military equipment, and they're probably providing financial support as well to keep Russia afloat. That's my guess. So I'm with the 19%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that I'm with the 62%. I just don't really see a way, if a full economic implosion like what we're watching right now happens in Russia, there's really no way for China to come to Russia's aid. One, there would have to be a material capability to send Chinese supplies through Russia, which at this point is dissipating faster than we can even really keep track of. There's hardly any gas left in Russia, and we're already seeing that's creating fuel and food shortages nationwide at this point. And in that kind of a situation, China either has to come up with a refining capacity in excess to be able to just start pouring refined gasoline and diesel into Russia and basically run the entire logistics chain either from China's border at Manchuria or from St. Petersburg, which would be extremely difficult. Most of the gas and diesel being imported would just go into keeping the supply trucks running, or the fuel trucks running, to keep going around Russia and dropping off gas at the gas stations. It's almost a Ponzi scheme of a system, because the more gas you put into Russia, the more gas you need to transport more gas farther to drop off more gas farther away from the ports or from the Chinese border. Not only that, economically, Russia would be in the hole at this point hundreds of billions of dollars, and would probably be running a deficit of hundreds of billions, even if it was somewhere around 200 to 300 billion every single year, that China would literally have to go and throw 300 billion US dollars basically into a pit to just keep Russia running. And it's a pit that never is going to return an investment. It's just putting a country on life support. In most cases, when a country gives out money, like the United States of America did with the Marshall Plan to a lot of Western European countries at the end of World War II, it was the concept that throwing that money at the European nations wasn't just putting them on life support and keeping them alive for a little bit longer. The money was going to return on an investment. It was going to be building up the economic base of these countries at a much faster rate, opening up markets that the U.S. could trade with, and opening up markets that the U.S. could buy goods from. That certainly wouldn't be the case in Russia. Their economy is quite literally imploding, and throwing tons of money into it might be able to stabilize it, but the Chinese are never going to get a return on their investment, no matter how much money they're throwing in right now. And with further Ukrainian attacks happening, some of that money in its investments could quite literally be blown away by future Ukrainian attacks. So I'd say that in the current state that Russia's in right now, I would have to be with 61%. I just don't really see any way for Russia to be helped or recovered from this war. Even if the Chinese wanted to throw everything that they had at it, I just think it's feasibly and logistically impossible, given the current considerations and difficulties that Russia would have and China would have in making that doable.
Maybe so, possibly. But I mean, if you really think about it, like for example, with the bond yields going through the ceiling like they're currently doing, I mean, let's just take for example the 10-year bond inside of Russia sitting at 16% yield, which is pretty whoppingly crazy, by the way. The short-term 1-year yield on Russian bonds is about 13%. It's like, how is Russia planning to pay out that 13% on the 1-year bonds? I mean, that means that in 1 year, that bond will mature, and the person that bought the bond gets a payout at that point. So I'm not sure how Russia's even going to like make the bond payments like from when these bonds mature. They're taking money from Russian civilians on the daily, and the Russians are apparently believing that they're making a good investment. And I wouldn't be surprised if Russia simply just doesn't pay them out.
Well, you know what's kind of funny is that in early American history, they actually have it here in the States. There was these things called promissory notes that were given out in the very early part of the U.S.'s history, where the Continental Congress said, if you buy our little promissory note, which was basically kind of like a war bond, you'll be giving us money, and then once a certain time elapses, basically it was quite literally a bond like Russia would be giving out right now. Once a certain time elapses, y'all can come back and y'all can get your money back and interest. Isn't that great? So tons of people got these little promissory notes from the Continental Congress. And then when the war ended and the bonds came basically to their term to where they were supposed to be paid out, the Continental Congress said, we actually don't have any money to pay any of these back with, because at the time it was not the United States as it exists today. The Constitutional Convention hadn't happened. It was still the Confederacy. So the federal government didn't have any money in its accounts. It was the states that had the money, and the states didn't give out the promissory notes. It was the Continental Congress, which then turned into the U.S. Congress. So they said, we just don't have the money. So those things became completely worthless. It was only after the Constitutional Convention of 1787 that they had any value. And by then, most people had either used them for toilet paper, thrown them away, or had just completely forgotten about them, meaning that most people never got paid back on them, which is something that a lot of people don't know about early U.S. history, on how the U.S. tried to pay a little bit of how the Revolutionary War was fought.
Yeah, I mean, it's insane, really, if you think about it. Also, by the way, I'm saying the Russian civilians are buying the bonds, but also, by the way, we don't know exactly who's buying them. I would assume that a big chunk of it's probably the Russian civilians. But you got to remember, though, that the Russian domestic banks are also buying those bonds, too. And I'm sure that Putin's putting big pressure on the Russian banks to show up and basically help keep the regime afloat. He's probably putting significant pressure on the banks inside of Russia to go buy those bonds, too. So, you know, I mean, if the banks have bought all these bonds and then the Russian government doesn't pay them out, I mean, the Russian government might end up being their own undoing at that point. If the banks start going under, and then there's bank runs, you know, banks folding on because their bonds aren't being paid out. I mean, it could be a ripple effect throughout everything.
Yeah, it could be a ripple effect. It could be devastating. It's like they could make it through the war and maybe survive, and then those bonds come to term, and then they get obliterated from the bonds that they have to try and repay, or they default on them, which they might be able to do like the earlier U.S. government did. But that didn't go over well in the United States. Like back when that happened, that was a humongous deal when that occurred, and people were rioting over it actually here in the United States. So it might not go well for the Russian government. They might survive the war and then not survive the bonds coming to term or maturing after the war, which might be something ironic in its own way. But moving us on out of that little bit of news, the Russians do realize, folks, as we could all see with Russia, with Putin having that Gopnik stare, the Russians do realize that they're in a pickle. Like, there's no doubt about it. They're in a very desperate spot. So the one thing that Russia knows will always work whenever they're in a pickle, and they can always go to them to try and get a little bit of help, maybe a lifeline. They picked up the phone and they called the President of the United States of America on the 4th of July, and apparently said the following, at least according to the paraphrasing that we got from the Russians. Putin described to the President the real picture on the battlefield, where Russian soldiers are advancing along the entire line of contact. The President, Putin and the President touched on the Ukrainian issue, including in the context of the U.S. President's plan to attend the NATO summit. Putin emphasized the preference for a political and diplomatic settlement in Ukraine, but taking into account Russia's fundamental approaches, which means unconditional surrender. Witkoff and Kushner, which we already know are the best negotiators alive on the planet, will continue mediation efforts to resolve the conflict in Ukraine. And we just hit the goal!
Hey! The goal's been smashed. Chugga, chugga, Igor! Look at that. That was almost as fast as last Sunday right there, actually. That was very fast.
Holy moly, boy. We hit the goal in less than an hour. That's absolutely incredible. And I got to give a huge shout out to everybody who's been here tonight supporting this fundraiser, because that is absolutely incredible stuff. We love to see it. And we love to know that everyone is still supporting massively the fundraisers for the nonprofits that are helping out over there in Ukraine. And getting us through the rest of these bullet points here, which are quite interesting. In a telephone conversation with Putin, the president noted the enormous prospects for cooperation between Russia and the United States that will open up once the conflict in Ukraine ends. Some other talking points from the call was that Putin and the president noted the importance of respecting the shared history of Russia and the United States. of which there is very little, and the very little we have with them is very bad. In a conversation with the president, Putin recalled Russia's contribution to the development of American statehood. In a telephone conversation, Putin and the president particularly emphasized the alliance between Moscow and Washington during World War II, which these Russians very quickly backstabbed us on right when the war ended, which was the Cold War. Not that that's a big deal. I mean, clearly, wonderful thing. But let me show you what the Russian Foreign Ministry put out, the Russian Embassy in the United States put out. They put out this stuff. They put out this picture, one, like, the let the glazing commence, basically. Secondly, they put out this cheap little thing right here. This looks, man, like it's from like a cheap T-shirt stand on the side of the road in like the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, it kind of does, actually.
They also had this picture, which I have to say is giving some very much Muchtaba vibes from the Soviet here in this picture. This guy looks quite unsettled, actually, by like this guy right here, really. And then finally, we have this AI slop picture of Catherine the Great and what appears to be the Union Army from the American Civil War, which, mind you all, Catherine the Great was the Empress of the Russian Empire during the American Revolution. The uniforms of the soldiers of the Continental Army during the American Revolution are very far separated from those of the Union in the Civil War. So this is the most AI slopified. I mean, like, they tried so hard to get onto that ass-kissing bandwagon so quickly, they had to go whip this into an AI image generator. And also, another thing I had to say is, that flag has quite a lot of stars for this to be the very early part of the American Revolution. That's like, what is it, like 70 stars? Apparently, America was more successful back then than they are now.
Yeah, I guess so. This strategy that Putin's trying again is so transparent; it's almost nauseating at this point. He's going right back to the situation that led to the Alaska meeting. He's trying to start glazing and start over complimenting the U.S. president in the hopes of getting on his good side again. And unfortunately, it's not very confidence inspiring because usually the U.S. is very susceptible to these type of tactics like this. And once Putin starts making it sound like he's just really like hyping up the president, it seems like things start going sideways when it comes to Ukraine and the United States relationship to a large degree. But this is like manipulation gone berserk. I mean, putting out stuff like this, I mean, Russia just literally got done saying the other day that the United States was basically taking an enemy position against their country now that the Alaska summit really went nowhere. And they said really nothing was even agreed upon in Alaska, that they backed out of everything they allegedly agreed to during that conference. So, I mean, it's like, is the glazing going to work again? Unfortunately, I don't have my hopes very high about it failing at this point, so we'll just have to see.
Also, man, the talking points over here, oh my god, dude, they drive me crazy because none of it's historically true. Since the birth of this nation on the 4th of July, Russia stood together, being not only sympathetic to the Americans fighting for their freedom, but also instrumental in supporting the former 13 colonies in the War of Independence against the British Empire. As Empress Catherine the Great categorically refused to observe the naval blockade and provide 20,000 troops at London's request. That's not helping us out, by the way. That's just not getting involved in the war because they had no stake in it. Like the British did send like a kind of like a little deal of like, hey, we just won the 7 Years' War. You would kind of want to like hop in on this deal and like put this down maybe a little. And the Russians were like, no. And the reason why is because they just got done fighting a war with the Ottoman Empire literally a year before the American Revolution started, and they were broke, and so they didn't have any money to support a military expedition to America. So it wasn't that they were like, no, you know what? I think this whole concept of like liberty and freedom is kind of cool. Let that flourish. No, I was like, we're broke ass poor. We can't sail a ship over to the colonies right now. So no, we're not doing that. And that's why they backed out of the war. It wasn't like any goodwill towards us. It was literally they were too poor. And then right when the American Revolutionary War ended, guess what they did? They went back to war with the Ottoman Empire and they went broke again. Then the other thing that they say is that at another critical crossroads of U.S. history during the Civil War, Russia resisted the British and French attempts to legitimize the Confederacy, sending in 1863 2 naval squadrons to American waters as a powerful deterrent to foreign meddling. The British and the French never had any wishes to legitimize the Confederacy of the Confederate States of America. There was a mission that the Confederacy did get in London in 1863 in an old wool warehouse in London that the British very reluctantly gave them. But the entirety of the war, the British and the French were more so quietly trying to support the United States and not get directly involved because they didn't want to get cut off from Southern cotton, but they also didn't want to piss off the already superpower that was the United States of America economically, even in its splintered form. So they largely took a very neutral stance and didn't really do anything to support the Confederacy or the Union during the war. So that's just made up bullshit.
Well, I mean, bottom line, outside of like, picking apart, this is all BS. So they put in this thing right here. It's like, who cares if they helped? I mean, even if Russia did, like, just, hypothetically help the United States in some way or another, it's like, who cares? Like, what is Russia arguing? We should be complicit in their, like, wiping out of civilians in Ukraine at this point? It's like, who cares if you helped us in the past? You're currently killing innocent civilians inside of Kyiv on the daily and also tonight too, and you're doing it constantly. And not only that, but now you're invading sovereign countries, which you invaded Ukraine. Now you're threatening to invade NATO. It's like, we don't care if you helped us in the past or not. Right now, you're being a bastard, and that's what happened in the past is irrelevant.
They just completely forget, though, to point out that every single time we've ever really had any dealings with Russia in U.S. history, it's always been negative. Like, for example, the growing attempt at communist subversion in the United States in the 1920s and 30s, which they don't really talk about in the embassy statement, where they tried to see that a communist revolution was started in the United States, which was a big enough threat that was really the whole reason the FBI was created back in the 20s, was to try and deal with the growing communist subversion from the Bolsheviks and their attempts to influence the United States. Nobody really mentions that one a lot. Or, for better yet, the way they backstabbed us after we saved their ass in the Second World War with a Lend-Lease, and then they went right into the Cold War afterwards. They stole our nuclear secrets, and then they fought an ideological war with us across the whole face of the planet for the next 50 years, and threatened to kill us every single day with their nuclear arsenal, and even in the present day they continue that. Yet they want y'all to think that at some point Russia was friendly to us. And my question is, when? You know why they sold Alaska to us? They thought we were fools, because they thought there was nothing up there worth value. They didn't know there was any gold up there or oil, and they sold it to us, going to hit those stupid Americans. They're going to buy all of this useless land for no reason. We'll get tons of money off of it, and they'll get nothing but bullshit. And then it was only a few years later we found gold in Alaska, and they're like, oh, well, actually, we want that back. And they've been saying that ever since. So it's like, when in the world has the Russians ever been nice to the United States? Never. Historically, never. And it's like, I don't
It
like...
doesn't matter either. It really doesn't matter that they're being nice at all. It's like, Russia's like, 100 years ago, we helped you out. It's like, yeah, but today, though, like today, you're threatening to nuke us, and also you're threatening to invade NATO, and you're killing people that are innocent. It's like, I mean, if you're going to try to make an argument like that, it's like at one point, Germany was friendly with us, and then they went totally haywire and pulled off the worst atrocity in the history of the world. It's like, just because they did something nice before that doesn't mean that we're complicit in what they did then. It's like we had to fight them.
Yeah, like I don't even get it. Like, the historical appeal is dumb because, for one, they're like creating revisionist history, even trying to make it work. Two, they're bastards in the present day, and that's really what we work off of, is that they're bastards in the present day. Because I'll tell you this, folks, if you had a friend, like, say, for an example, you had a friend that you were best friends with for years, and then one night he's busting in through your window with a Glock 19, and he's about to blast your ass away, you're not going to sit there and go, well, I mean, he was kind of nice to me like years ago, so I'm not going to do anything about it. Like, no, you'd be like, I'm calling the cops. I'm running out of this house. I'm going to defend myself. That's what you'd say, because that's what a reasonable person would do, because we're not living in the past, we're living in the here and now. And even then, all the living in the past stuff is straight BS. It's not even true. It's pathetic, really. But the Russians, though, they know what they're doing with this. They're trying to glaze, and we've seen that in the prior times they've done this has succeeded in making the president completely reverse course, talking about how great the Russians are, and then saying that the Ukrainians are at fault, and they're the ones who have to end the war. We'll have to see if that, once again, does the old usual reversal, the old 180, because it's the oldest trick in the book. They've done it multiple times at this point over the past year and a half, and every single time they've done it, the president's fallen for it hook, line, and sinker. So we'll have to see if it happens. But moving us on out of that whole deal, it is time for us to get on into the rest of the news that we have from around, really more so Ukraine, but from around the world. We have a small couple of updates from elsewhere in the world today, and I want to make sure that we get to those. But before we do, I do want to take a quick moment to thank everybody who has been here so far over the course of the night. We've had a peak viewership of 15.6 thousand people here tonight, and I got to say that we're entirely honored and greatly appreciative of each and every single one of y'all having been here tonight, and I hope y'all been enjoying it well. Before we move on, though, into the rest of our news, I do have to give a shout out to all the amazing folks who have raised $2,070 on the fundraiser for Nova Ukraine tonight. And so, Matthew, who are those top donors for tonight? Who do we have to thank by name, and everyone else who we cannot name?
All right. So to list off all of our top donors we've had so far, our first one was from Hal Rose. He put in a $100 donation. A huge shout to Hal for that as well. A huge shout to Tom S.
Hey!
and also Chef Danny B, who each also put in a $100 donation to the fundraiser. Then we had a 75 from Old Warrior Fella, as well as a 50 from Unreliable Narrator Cat, as well as Evanescent Wave and Howard Mendelson, Evan Murphy, and Dan Brooks, and also a 50 from Gary Toez. And thank you all very much for being the top donors of the night, and a huge shout out to everybody that's donated tonight, even if we were not able to call your name off, because y'all have helped us to reach the goal in almost record time. In under an hour, we hit the goal tonight, and it comes at a very good time, because obviously Ukraine needs all the help they can get, because Russia is deciding to hurt the innocent civilians, and they need that humanitarian aid to be able to help them out and provide medical aid to them, because unfortunately there will be casualties, injuries, etc., and thankfully the LSA is showing up to help them once again. We do appreciate that very much. But Enforcer, what say you?
I gotta say that's a tremendous help, especially what we're seeing with the Russians now trying to lay waste to Ukrainian civilian buildings throughout the whole of Kyiv and other cities elsewhere in Ukraine. There are a large amount of wounded and killed that are created from these attacks every time Russia's conducting them here in the present day. And y'all's incredible support to these fundraisers that we run every single Sunday are able to make sure that the LSA and all of the amazing folks watching here in the Enforcer channel are able to play a part in helping out some of those people who may have been wounded and the families of those who may have been killed in these attacks, which is an absolutely incredible thing. Not a lot of channels and not a lot of communities out there on YouTube can say that they're having an impact every single week on how the story of the war unfolds for those nameless, really unknown people that live in Ukraine that are largely the recipients of the ire and the attacks of the Russian armed forces every single day. Yet y'all are the community, the Lee Spring Army, that gets to make that claim every single Sunday. And ever since the beginning of these fundraisers years ago, the Lee Spring Army has never missed a fundraising goal, and we've continued to support as massively as we can. And I got to give every single one of y'all a humongous thanks, all of our top donors and the folks that we aren't able to call out because there's so many of y'all, because each and every single one of y'all has a heart of gold and is really helping out in ways that most others could only dream of. And so a huge thanks to y'all once again. And with that in mind, let's get some questions from the chat, starting off with our first one. Matthew, what do we got?
All right. And also, by the way, I see a whole bunch of people asking, well, what exactly does the donation do to help the Ukrainians? It does a whole lot. Nova Ukraine covers a whole bunch of different categories for what helps out with the Ukrainians. A part of it is medical aid delivery to Ukraine, which is the one that's pertinent for the attacks we're seeing tonight by the Russians on Ukraine itself, and especially Kyiv. And they do a hell of a lot. Like, they put out a whole bunch of detailed statements about how they're using the money, which is why we picked them as a charity, by the way. They're very transparent with how they're spending their money. And that's something very important to us, because there's unfortunately a decent number of charities out there these days that have like huge bloated like administration fees, and then only like a small percentage of the donations actually goes to the cause. Nova has a really good track record, like sending a whole bunch of the donations to the actual cause itself and being very light on the administrative side of things. So that's why we pick them. A very good organization, by the way. But moving into our first question here of the night, this one is going to go to AF Kaplan. He said, could these blackouts in Crimea be used to cover an attempt to deploy Ukrainian special forces?
To a degree, they could, but it's really more so of a direct impact and an indirect impact on Russian defensive capabilities in other ways, primarily for their air defense forces. For what we know, a lot of their air defense forces generally rely on some sort of stationary electrical connection or some sort of fuel supplies, meaning that if you knock out the electricity and the fuel being provided in Crimea, you're able to knock out a lot of their air defense forces, at least the ones that still operate off of radar that are inside of Crimea. And that opens up more and more ground, really, in their airspace war, for more Ukrainian drone attacks to come in, for less Ukrainian drones to be shot down, and for a larger number to be able to hit their targets, which eventually creates a atmosphere that is much more conducive for higher volumes of special forces raids. But it really doesn't have, at least from what I can tell at the moment, any direct impact on helping to facilitate SOF raids, because from everything that we've seen so far, at least in what the Ukrainians have discussed publicly, and also in the kind of impact that we've seen from what we can measure on our end, it looks to be more so trying to open up the airspace for further attacks that are more successful, hitting higher end targets, than it is helping out the SOF teams that are still landing inside of Crimea and conducting sporadic raids. But a huge thanks to you for a great question, though. That's an incredibly good question. And if we ever get any proof for that, AF Kaplan, to show that it is helping out the SOF teams, we'll make sure to report that and also change what we're saying here. It's just that sadly, right now, we don't have anything to confirm that yet. We only have stuff to confirm rearm the airspace situation and the drone campaigns, at least at this point. But with that, we're on to the second question of this segment.
And this one right here is going to go to Tank Gunner, who said, how likely is a Russian false flag attack against NATO in the near future?
It's pretty likely, in my opinion, unfortunately. The Russian Federation doesn't really have a lot of ways to turn at this point. They're in they're in a very bad situation in every measure. Politically, they're very unstable. Economically, they're highly unstable. Militarily, they're almost completely spent. In that kind of a realm, if you're trying to pull a victory out of the clutches of defeat, usually you will try and escalate to possibly de-escalate. Historically, that's the trend that we always see. For example, with Japan and the embargo in 1940, that led Japan to directly attack us in 1941 at Pearl Harbor, and also with the Philippines and Guam, to be able to try and knock the U.S. out of the war once it immediately started against the Japanese. That didn't work, but the Japanese were looking at the situation and how quickly they were running out of oil because of the U.S. embargo, and decided to generally de-escalate, or to achieve a victory, they had to escalate, thus attacking the United States and multiple other European colonial powers that were inside of the East Indies, down here near the South China Sea. And going off of that example and many other examples that we can see like that, also for another great example, this one's much more recent to us, when Iraq was absolutely indebted and broke after the Iraq-Iran war, Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait to try and erase their debts. Once again, further escalation to de-escalate, or to try and put themselves in a better position. And so with Russia getting in a bad position like we see today, a false flag attack or a direct attack against NATO is fairly likely, because that could give them the kind of justification they need to enter a ground war with NATO. And as a result of that, once they start to lose, which they certainly will, they could threaten nuclear reprisals or nuclear attacks on large armed force groupings within Eastern Europe, to be able to try and force some sort of a diplomatic negotiation and some sort of a settlement that would be somewhat beneficial to them at this point, and might be able to help them prolong the war, or might be able to turn around a lot of the economic damage that's been caused inside of Russia. That's something that they certainly could do. And so if you're asking me personally, Tank Gunner, if there could be a high likelihood of a NATO or Russia conducting an attack on NATO, I would say that there's a pretty decent chance that there could be. With that, I hope that does address it well. But Matthew, do you have anything you want to add, like a different view of that, or maybe adding on your own thoughts?
Yeah, I would say personally, for the question, how likely is a Russian false flag attack against NATO in the near future? I would agree with the enforcer. I think it's pretty likely. We've gotten a lot of different intelligence reports from Poland, the United States, some of the Baltic countries, saying that Russia is actively planning that. And not only are they actively planning it, but also now the U.S. is warning that Russia is trying to put that into motion on Poland. So all the warnings are there that it's coming soon. The only thing we can't say with certainty is what the timeline actually looks like. We can't say that. That's why it's kind of unknown when it's going to happen, but we had to be prepared for it. That's the main thing. If it's imminent at some point, then NATO has to be ready now. They can't be ready later. They got to be prepared for it before it happens. So that's a big deal to me. But I would say the biggest risk of what areas it could happen in, it would be either the Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia, or Lithuania, that Russia could perform a false flag, or it would be Crimea. That's another place they could try to do it as well. So that's the main risk points that I would see, in my opinion. I don't think that Russia would attack Finland. That would be very strategically, probably the most stupid thing they could possibly do, would be my guess. So they'll probably go for the Baltics. I know that the intel reports say Poland's going to be the next target, but I mean, it would be as stupid to attack Poland directly, like intentionally hurting people inside of Poland. It would be as stupid as attacking Finland. So the low-hanging fruit is the Baltics or Crimea. That's the two that I would see as the huge risk.
Also, I saw RCH Technology say a direct attack on NATO would be stupid, in my honest opinion. I agree with you; it is stupid because they don't have the manpower or equipment. But the thing, RCH Technologies, the thing about it is that it is stupid, but it's desperate. And when a country becomes desperate, they will take absolutely stupid decisions like that and tremendous gambles to try and turn the situation around. Because a lot of people don't look at it this way, but it was absolutely stupid for Japan to go to war with us in the Second World War and attack Pearl Harbor. Harbor. And it was even dumber for the Germans to declare war on the United States of their own volition just days after, which is then what led for us to declare war against Germany. We may have not declared war against Germany if they hadn't declared war directly against us. But it's countries that are put in absolutely desperate and stupid situations that take absolutely desperate and stupid actions. Japan knew that they had no chance of fighting the United States in a protracted war. They actually knew that at the start. Like, if you go and read a lot of the writings that were made by Admiral Yamamoto and those who were higher up inside the Japanese government at the time, they all understood the United States is a humongous superpower. If we don't defeat them decisively, basically at the start, they're going to have us taken out to the cleaners. And they knew that. That's why on Pearl Harbor, well, on December 7th at Pearl Harbor, they tried to not only knock out all of the battleships at Pearl Harbor, they were really hoping that the aircraft carriers were there, basically the few we had at the time, because if they had destroyed them, they would have been able to wreak havoc across the whole of Hawaii and the whole of all of the U.S. holdings in the Pacific for an incredibly long time, maybe long enough to force the United States out of the conflict. That was the hope. But once that didn't happen, they then went to plan B, which was, let's defeat them in one giant decisive battle at Midway. If we can do that and we can destroy the carriers there, then we might be able to wreak havoc long enough that they'll go with a negotiated settlement, peace out. And that didn't work either. And once that happened, even by mid-1942, they already knew that it was only a matter of time before they were going to lose. But they still took that risk.
But you see, Russia's got several different options, though. I mean, they've got several different attack vectors that they could take, and there's some that are highly risky, and there's some that are a lower risk. I would say attacking Finland and Poland, that's pretty high risk, because those countries are armed to the teeth, and they're also willing to defend themselves, and they would defend themselves. That would be very ugly, and I think Russia knows that. So, I mean, if Russia attacked the Baltics with missiles, I mean, there's a couple of issues with that. Number one, Kaliningrad and the Suwalki Gap could block the NATO response from Poland, and there would be an issue getting the forces to the Baltics to defend it. That would be an issue for NATO defending those territories, and Russia knows that. So that's why it makes it a little less risky to attack the Baltic states because of that issue. Also, if Russia attacked Crimea, let's say Russia evacuates the people, like you're saying, from Crimea, and then Russia, like, for example, tries to attack the Ukrainians as they move into Crimea or tries to nuke Crimea, that's also another thing as well that would generally be less risky, because it's viewed as Russian territory. Crimea is. They view it as their territory. It's not a NATO states. Obviously, it's part of Ukraine that Russia stole. So, I mean, that's why I say I don't think they'd go for Poland or Finland directly. If they did that, I'd be kind of surprised.
I think you and me actually look at this a little bit differently. I think we both agree that Russia would attack NATO, but I'm going with the idea they're not attacking NATO to have a concept of winning. They're attacking NATO to look like they could win, and then when they start to get defeated, which is the plan, they threaten nuclear war, because Russia cannot lose because they're a nuclear armed country. So I would say they would probably attack, in reality, Poland, the Baltics, and Finland all simultaneously, because also with NATO being, well, all of these countries being NATO states, collective defense is going to come in play, whether the U.S. be involved or not. And these countries are probably going to hop into the conflict anyways, because they're going to be considering themselves to be in a state of war, whether they were directly attacked or not. Russia would probably have to invade Poland in a very limited sense around the Suwalki Gap to cut the Baltics off and besiege them, so that way they could have some success in the Baltics and try and make some progress. And then, of course, they'd start to lose that once the NATO counterattacks came around, and then that's when they'd say, hold up, we can't lose, we're going to nuke everyone, so let's settle it. And then that's their plan.
But see, though, Russia's trying to buy time. That's what they're trying to do. They're not trying to necessarily get right into a nuclear standoff. Like, that's not their goal. That's why I say they would go for the Baltics first. If they go for Finland or Poland, I mean, they're messing with, like, pit bulls at that point. I mean, that would be really stupid. No offense to the Baltic states, by the way. I love you in the Baltic states if you're a viewer from the Baltics, by the way. But the way the Baltics is viewed by Russia is basically like a chihuahua. That's the way they view it. They don't think those states can properly defend themselves. And also, it's hard for NATO to get forces there very quickly. So Russia could buy themselves some time by attacking the Baltics. They're not really buying themselves time by attacking Finland or Poland. They're basically bringing it right to the apex point the moment they do that, because they're messing with pit bulls that are well armed and well equipped. They could respond immediately to a Russian aggression. So that's why I'm saying I think they would go for the Baltics first. I mean, it would make no sense for Russia to go for the pit bull over the Chihuahua. It wouldn't make much sense at all when it achieves the same goal.
But if you have like who in the world's the strongest man in the world? Is like Bjorn Johnson or something like that. If you have Bjorn Johnson down here who has a leash on the Chihuahuas through the Suwalki Gap, Bjorn Johnson's going to kick your ass, like Chihuahua or not. And so they have to close off the Suwalki Gap because the Baltics could hold out if they get supplied. And if reinforcements can flow into the Baltics, it's not just a fight with the Baltics anymore. It's a fight with the whole of Europe in the Baltics. So you have to be able to shut off the Suwalki Gap to isolate them in supplies and reinforcements to make them the weak Chihuahua that they could be. And so Russia would have to invade the Suwalki Gap. They would have to go to war with Poland as well to be able to close that off, maybe for a couple of weeks, so that way they could try and take on the Baltics on their own without really any reinforcements or supply, and then try and take care of them that way. And even still, they would lose. I mean, there's no way that they would be able to win in a war that lasted any longer than a couple of weeks. NATO would reorganize, they would counterattack, they would most likely knock out Kaliningrad, and they would also break the siege on the Suwalki Gap, relieving the embattered Baltic forces, and then also reinforcing them and preparing for a counterattack. And that's when the tides would turn to where Russia go, oh, we can't lose. We're going to kill everyone. So let's just settle this thing and end it. And y'all give us some concessions. We'll back off of a couple of things and we'll just call it even Stevens. And that's what their position would be at that point. That's what I think would happen. I think that's how it would largely turn out.
And you think that NATO would say, yeah, let's call it quits. Let's just let Ukraine go, guys. Do you think they'd say that at that point?
That's the part that's unpredictable. Because it's like, if they continue in the given conditions that would be there is a very high chance that Russia would be forcing itself to use a tactical nuclear weapon. On the other hand,
wouldn't they use it on Crimea though? I mean, using a tactical nuke anywhere in NATO, that's the end of Russia. It's over with. Like, Russia's finished. Like, I don't know what's going to happen after that takes place, but let's just put it this way, it's not going to be good for anybody at that point. The world's about to be brought to the brink if Russia does something like that. Let's say they launch a nuke on Estonia or something like that, Russia's finished. But if they launch a nuke on Crimea, which is, viewed as Russian territory in their eyes, then that may or may not provoke an international response, but it may prove the point to NATO that Russia means business and they are willing to launch a nuke, and NATO might be next. So, I mean, the only way I see a nuclear deployment being carried out is on Ukrainian territory, Crimean territory, or, that's probably the only places it would ever be actually fielded.
I don't know. I think it'd probably be directed against NATO at that point, because it's kind of hard to go, like, oh, we're losing the war against NATO. You blow up your own peninsula and then go, ooh, that'll be you. Like, it's like that doesn't really happen much. At least they'd probably be going, we're getting pushback, particularly around Kaliningrad. We'll drop a nuke on a division command around, say, like Corse, and we'll see what happens. And at that point, that's opened up the floodgates for NATO to start launching its own tactical nuclear weapons at Russian battle groups in the area. Because it doesn't really work where, like, a tactical nuclear weapon is dropped, so we glass Russia instantly and kill like 70 million people out the gate. It goes, they drop a tactical nuclear weapon on a battle group near Kaliningrad, we drop a tactical nuclear weapon on the battle group of the Russians near Narva, and then so on and so forth. It basically just becomes,
That's
dropping.
Spiral.
Well, yeah, it would spiral, but that's what they want us to be in the question zone about. How badly would that spiral out of control? That's why they wouldn't go ahead and fire a warning shot down in Crimea. They're going to go, we are going to start nuking y'all if y'all do not negotiate an end. And then we have to go, are they bluffing? And if they aren't, they're going to drop a tactical nuclear weapon on us. The floodgates open. This is going to turn into a strategic nuclear exchange. Everyone's going to get wiped out. So maybe we do want to peace out. That's the kind of psychological game they're trying to play. They're not trying to create, in that scenario, any sort of mental certainty in NATO at that point as to what Russia would do and wouldn't do. They're trying to put us in a situation where we go, we are in a situation we never expected to be in. They could try and nuke us at any given moment because of how bad it's going for them and how desperate they are. Are we willing to get into a nuclear Armageddon over this? Or are we willing to negotiate our way out of this and give them some compromises and they give us a little bit of compromises and we round this whole thing out? That's the situation I think they're trying to force.
Maybe so, but then NATO can say Uno reverse and give the homies in Ukraine a nuke and arm them with one at that point if Russia wants to go that stupid.
Well, yeah, but then if we do that, then Russia can go, oh, they're nuclear armed, then nuke them preemptively, and then they are not NATO, so they don't get any protections. And then we basically opened up the world at that point to where nuclear warfare is the norm, to where everybody can start nuking anybody who's non-nuclear, and we're living in that kind of a post-nuclear warfare reality.
It's kind of disturbing, by the way, that we're actually like seriously talking about this, and it's not fringe to talk about anymore because we're actually at the point where this is actually a legitimate conversation that has to be had at this point. It's kind of wild if you really sit there and think about that for a second, that in the next year or two, we could actually see this play out for real, and the odds of it is rising each and every day. So, a very interesting time to be alive, to say the least. I'm not really sure if there's a point in history that you can really look back on and say we can use this as an analogous scenario because the only time a nuclear weapon's ever come into actually being used was by the US and Japan, and that was an entirely different era right at the very dawn of nuclear weapons being developed. So we have literally no analog to this at all.
Yeah, we really don't. And I think also that's as far as what I'm saying, they're wanting to lean into that. They're wanting to put it into a scenario that's never existed before in history, so that way they can work on that unpredictability to make us go. We do not want to go down a route we have no answers for. There's no historical precedent for this. There's no governmental precedent for this on what we do now. Maybe we want to end this thing and kind of settle it. And then in Russia, you go, you know what? You lift these sanctions on us, will back off of these claims and these statements we're making. But to do that, you'll also have to stop supporting Ukraine. That's the deal. And that might be the deal they're looking for. So that way they can try and turn the economic situation around in their country and also try and isolate Ukraine at that point. But I would say in no situation, folks, when we talk about the scenario, the Russians are expecting to, one, win a conflict with NATO, or two, to claim any NATO territory as theirs. If anything, they would white peace it, or what is called status quo antebellum, which is where with NATO, they go, okay, we'll agree to go back to the borders that were had before this conflict, and everything will be the way it was. But you'll have to lift the sanctions on us, and you'll have to stop supporting Ukraine, and in return, we'll do these certain things. That could be the compromise that they're probably looking for. The question is, would we be scared enough of what could come next if it does turn into a nuclear war that we would actually agree to such a settlement? But anyways, with that, it's time for us to move on from this question, which I have to say was probably one of the better questions, Tank Gunner. That was a really interesting rabbit hole right there. And it's time for us to move on and into our last question of the segment, and then get on back into the rest of the news.
All right. So moving on to our next one here. Also, someone said someone was mocking my statement and said we have no analogy to this dot 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 ignores the Cold War. That's different though. That's a little bit different because this is a proxy war that's currently being conducted with Ukraine in the middle of it and Russia on one side and the US on the other. So it's a little bit different. There's some things that are similar, but it's not completely analogous to it. And also, by the way, there was nuclear threats, but it never came quite this severe. I think the closest we came to that was the whole situation with Cuba and the Soviets trying to put them down there for the most part. But anyways, though, moving on to our last question of the segment and getting right back to our news right now, we have one from Josh from Jersey. He said, excuse me for the voice crack, by the way. He said, what does the frontline status between Kherson and Crimea have for a possible Crimean ground invasion?
The status is getting good, but it really more so relies on the conditions in Zaporizhia. Right now, Kherson and Crimea are ripe for the taking. But the front in Zaporizhia hasn't collapsed completely yet, at least from the supply side situation that we're hearing from right now. So that really is more so the problem. The Ukrainians really can't cross the Dnipro, nor can they conduct a full-blown amphibious invasion of Crimea because they lack those abilities and also an ability to supply a large enough landing force. So even while, if the Ukrainians could just walk into Kherson and Crimea right now, they could probably start to take significant amounts of ground. The problem is that they still have the tougher crust to deal with in Zaporizhia of that heavily fortified front line that still is getting some supplies, and that really is more so the problem that we're seeing right now, and the Ukrainians pushing on into the deprived regions of Kherson and Crimea and taking them outright. So I hope that does address it the best I can. Great question. And with that, it is time for us to move on and into the rest of the news that we have from around the world really briefly before we get back into the war in Ukraine and everything that happened in Eastern Europe today. In Mali, the Russian Wagner Mercenary Corps, if we want to call them that, or the Russian mercenaries, if we want to call them that in general since the Wagner don't exist, have had a pretty bad day. The rebels in Mali blew to pieces one of their Mi-24s and laid waste to the poor thing. Look at the little fella. There it is.
Oh my god.
Thing in a whole spin.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, it's Mali, all right. Allah Akbar.
Bro, they managed to shoot it down?
Yeah, these are rebels. Like the Russians are supporting the government. So this helicopter was sent out to try and take out the rebels. The rebels apparently got some lucky shots with a heavy machine gun on the tail boom, sent it into a spin, and it spiraled to the ground and blew up.
Damn, that was crazy. That's one of the most like bold takedowns of a Russian helicopter I've seen on film.
Man, it was crazy.
Allah
Allah Akbar! That's out from that clip. We also were able to see another one showing us the remnants of the helicopter after it had gone down and cooked. Not really a lot left.
I wonder if anybody survived.
No.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I'm going to have to also stop the clip here, speaking of which, because there's a little bit of proof further on in it. But, yeah, then nobody made it out of this. This helicopter actually flopped onto its side, and so the rotors ripped up right when it was about to hit the ground, and then the fuselage slammed onto the ground sideways at a pretty decent rate of speed, like we can see here. You can actually see the jet turbines laying vertically on top of each other, stacked. So that means the body of the helicopter hit sideways, and that ignited the fuel and immediately burned the helicopter to bits along with the crew. So that helicopter and the mercenaries on board are history as of today. Moving us on out of Mali, we were also able to hear of a UK MTO report today near the Bab el-Mandeb, which reported the following. A cargo vessel has triggered a distress alert stating that they are under attack by unknown armed assailants. This is right outside of Al-Hodeida, so this is the Yemeni Houthis. And that was the report. So it looks like the Yemeni Houthis are sporadically conducting some attacks on commercial ships near to the Bab el-Mandeb, and we'd have a feeling that that's probably going to be sending a couple of more ships around the Horn of Africa, because they will not want to be trying to fare through pirate-infested and terrorist-infested waters in the Gulf of Aden and the Bab el-Mandeb, which are very dangerous to pass through these days. In the meantime, we also were able to hear that in Tehran today, all of Khamenei's sons appeared. Oh, actually, this was at the funeral. I have to make that clear. All of them appeared but Mujtaba. Mujtaba is still missing from the public. They say he's in the closet right now.
I guess they are. Look at that, all these guys' sons out here. You know, it's really interesting to watch this funeral right here. It almost reads like the Middle Eastern version of like a North Korean funeral of like one of the cult of personalities in North Korea, like when Kim Jong-il died. Like all this like really over dramatized crying and like theatrics and stuff. It's very reminiscent of it.
Man, I gotta pull up that Kim Jong-il funeral picture where they had that giant portrait of him on the limo. Bro, when you take such a good picture of yourself, you gotta put it on blast to the whole city.
Yeah, you gotta be impressed. That roof on that car is like some serious business to be able to hold that up. Because that thing's like a wind catcher galore. I mean, that thing's like basically like a parachute up there.
Oh man, you know what's crazy, folks, is that the harder you cried, the higher the chances were that you could be promoted after this funeral. If y'all don't know, that was actually what was told to everyone, is that if you cry the hardest and you put on like the biggest hysterics, you might be able to get a promotion after this whole funeral. And if y'all don't know, the days of the deaths of Kim Il Sung and Kim Jong Il are actually treated as solemn holidays in North Korea, to where you cannot make a joke, you cannot laugh. Laughing is a serious offense on the days of the deaths of Kim Il Sung and Kim Jong Il. Which is kind of wild to think about, but, you know, it's also even crazier to think that he died on a train in the middle of Siberia. That's where he had the massive heart attack and died, was on the armored train while it was coming back from a diplomatic meeting in, I believe it was in Siberia, near to those labor camps that Vice News covered way back in the day. And he was coming back and he had a massive heart attack inside of the armored train and died on the way back. And then they announced his death as soon as the train got back into North Korea.
Yeah, that's when his namesake became true. Kim Jong-il, he was indeed ill.
Yeah, he was the illest, man. Like, he was not in good health. Like, if you looked at his diet, man, it was as bad as mine. Definitely not good health, like, to say the least. But moving us on.
Basically, man, the moral of the story is if you have a leader of a country that passes away, and then the funeral is like a crazy house scene, like where people are acting nutty, people are acting over dramatized, the odds are that person was likely a dictator or some type of cult of personality. They were somebody probably not too good, because the people aren't really crying like that because they're really sad, because it's too dramatized. They're crying because they're worried about reprisals. That's the moral of the story.
Also, I saw someone say, Well, I mean, he died probably was poisoned. Well, I mean, he died when he was like 69 or 70 years old, and he did not have a healthy life. He smoked like a freight train, drank cognac at every single meal, quite a lot of it. I mean, he was drinking like Churchill. So he smoked like Churchill, drank like Churchill, and his diet consisted of only the richest and fattest meats, basically every day of his life. So it's kind of shocking he even lived to 70, really. I mean, when you think about a diet like that, which is how I live, I wouldn't expect to live that long. Like, it's something else right there. I mean, I'd have to say, he was kept alive for quite a long time, but, his time came for him, and massive heart attack sounds a lot like something that would happen if you have a lot of cholesterol in your arteries. Also, we were able to see that at the funeral, they had this guy right here who apparently had the Kentucky bowling horse derby binoculars and an SVD. This guy, I'm not gonna lie, looks like your average like Middle Eastern dad at the cookout kind of function deal. Like, honestly, I'm not gonna lie, but apparently he was overlooking the funeral. I'm gonna say I don't really expect this guy to be doing a whole bunch with a basically like stock SVD just standing around.
Like, is he there for the protection of the funeral goers, or is he there to enforce compliance? It's kind of hard to tell since we're looking at a dictatorship here. It's kind of a little bit uncertain.
Oh, he's there to force compliance for sure. Man, there's no doubt it's there to force compliance. Moving us on out of Iran and the little bit of funeral news that we got, the updates there. We also were able to hear that in the Indo-Pacific area, the Russians and Chinese are launching the Joint Sea 2026 naval exercises.
Can't show this. Can't show this.
Yeah, we can't show it, but we can show some stills. We can show some stills of it, including their warships and their submarines. We can see one of the Russian warships right here. We can also see some of their submarines, including this shitty Kilo class right here. Man, I'm not gonna lie, every time I see one of these things, man, they look like they come straight from the 70s with like the white walls, like treatment they give to everything, painting it white, like the little details. Like, that's so lame. Like, I don't like the Kilo class at all. I think it's absolutely stupid. In other news, though, something that we can show y'all that came from the Korean propaganda and agitation department today, aka North Korean state television, they showed that Shakyon actually successfully firing off some cruise missiles. These cruise missiles, by the way, are nuclear capable.
Oh dear.
Not that that means much. It's like, cruise missiles get shot down left and right these days pretty easily. Most everybody. So it's like, does it mean a lot? It's like, I don't know. But they did fire off 12 of them. And it does look like they finally gotten the Chokyong to be able to fire off a couple of missiles, at least after it had its back broken and it was flooded with salt water at its launching at Chongjin about a year ago.
The propaganda and agitation department's doing their job well. I'm feeling very agitated right now.
Man,
These are a little bit chaotic, man. These things are taking off a little bit strangely.
Man, I'm feeling like I'm in a very North Korean era of my life, and I'm feeling PO'd for some reason. I think they're doing their job, like you're saying. Like,
Good agitation department.
also, yeah, these cruise missiles are firing off quite weird. It's like they're launching out of cells that are aiming like at a 60-degree angle off of the starboard side of the ship, and then they're flipping around and like basically doing a 180 to go flying off in the other direction. A little bit odd with that, the launch from the cells on the starboard side, because you can see the first one right there.
Just think if North Korea would have saved this money, and how many people these missiles could have fed, like for the money that went into these missiles. It could have fed so many North Koreans, like so many people, but instead they spent it on the military. Because North Korea, they're always about to get invaded every day, even though nobody wants to invade North Korea. People just want to leave them alone. We got to put money into it.
Man, I hate to say this, man. I watched a video today of a Russian who, because the Russians are like the only people, along with the Chinese, that are allowed into North Korea for any reasons these days. I actually watched a Russian who took a train from Dandong in China down to Pyongyang and back. I gotta tell y'all, folks, I hate to say it, but it looks like the North Koreans are actually turning the situation around economically, supporting the Russians in the war. The guy got into Pyongyang, man. I'm not kidding you. There were small traffic jams happening in Pyongyang now because of how many cars the government's issuing out to the people because they have
Are
the
you
money
joking?
to be able to. No, I'm not even joking. Like, I'll have to send you a link to the video. But the guy filmed. I mean, like the provinces, of course, are dirt ass poor still, and they're like famine and everything, like it's the usual. But the capital in Pyongyang, man, they're starting to get moving there. Like, they had enough cars, man. The guy was like literally filming some traffic jams out the window. I was like, That's getting a little bit bizarre. All of them were Chinese, though, so we know where they're coming from. North Korea is getting some money or something from the Russians and then using it to buy stuff from the Chinese that they're shipping over. Also, man, the amount of 18-wheelers that were crossing the bridge at Dandong was pretty significant as well, so it looks like they are trying to buy some stuff from the Chinese with the money they're making from the Russians. So they are turning the situation around a little bit. They're becoming a little bit more prosperous now than I've seen them
I
ever
don't know.
before.
I'm always a little bit skeptical about like all the footage that comes out of North Korea because nobody that goes to North Korea has like free privileges to film whatever they want, and it could be that North Korea is simply invested in more propaganda, appearances. Like for example, buying more cars, like for the purpose of having the cameras film them to make it look like they're more prosperous. I'm not saying that they're not making money. Like they're clearly making money off the Russia war situation, but I don't think it's turned around that quickly.
Well, I mean, this guy was filming everything on his way down to Pyongyang. I mean, it wasn't like a propaganda tour run. I mean, he went through Cheongju and it looked like the hood. Like it straight up was terrible. Not a single paved road. Everybody looked like they were unwashed and starving and stuff. I mean, like this was like a legitimate like video of riding the train down to Pyongyang from China. And when they made it Pyongyang, there were far more cars than I've ever seen. Because in all the prior years that we see of people that go on tourist trips to like Pyongyang and whatnot, the state curated ones, there's not a car to be seen on the streets unless if it's a governmental vehicle. Now there's a lot
Well,
of them that seem to be personal vehicles that they're giving out to the loyal class that's in Pyongyang. So they have some money that's coming in somewhere.
Well, have they completed construction of Haunted Tower yet? The one right in the middle. Have they completed construction of that? Did they say?
Oh, no, no, no. They came in with an Egyptian firm a couple of years back, and the Egyptian firm said this thing busted on God, concrete ruined, and so they just covered it up with a glass facade and use it as a billboard now. There's no way in hell they can actually finish that thing. It's ruined because it sat out in the decades in the humidity with no proper construction finished, and it, according to an Egyptian firm that went there, they said it ruined the concrete, and there was no way to actually turn it into a usable structure because of the black mold that exists in all the concrete.
Well, if they can get that thing somehow fixed or remediated or something, if that's even possible, or maybe just like do something to maybe fix it up or something like that, I would say then they might be doing okay if they can redo the building right there. It's just going to cost a hell of a lot of money to do that if it's even possible. So I don't know. Like I'm just always skeptical about North Korea because they show you what you want to see, not necessarily what you should see.
Man, man. Actually, let me do this real quick. I want to do this really quickly. Let me go get this video for you, and you can like just kind of like clip through it on the side while we're on air. Because it was very interesting. Like I haven't really seen anything like this before. So let me get the video here and get the link, and let me get the Discord up. I'm gonna drag this over here and put the link in so that you can go watch it. But that's the video, and if you watch it and you clip through it, I mean the guy showed everything as it was. Like, of course, when he got to Pyongyang and like the guide got with him because he didn't have a guide the whole time he was on the train, so it's basically just whatever he wanted to do, he could film and show, and no one was there to stop him. But once
Yeah.
he got to Pyongyang, it became the state guided tour, and so of course they were kind of showing like the best. But on the train ride, it was showing what North Korea really was looking like those days, which was a very interesting insight that I hadn't seen from anyone recently. But moving us on out of this whole North Korea rabbit hole, it's time for us to move on and into the rest of the news that we have starting back inside of Russia. To show y'all how bad things are getting for gas, since we keep bringing that up over and over, Kazakhstan has reported that they have blocked 61 attempts to smuggle fuel across its borders with Russia over the past 2 days, seizing more than 3 tons hidden in auxiliary tanks and canisters. Officials also said 593 illegal export attempts involving over 40,000 liters have been stopped since the start of the year. The Russians are so bad for gas, they're literally going into Kazakhstan and trying to smuggle it across the border, which isn't really working out, at least from what we can tell. And Kazakhstan isn't really that big of a fan of letting them, get a little bit of gas into Russia here and there either. We've also been able to see that over in Irkutsk, there was a little bit of a situation that happened between some folks that were wanting some of that gas.
Найду. Я тебя найду. Я тебя найду. Иди
Looks like
отсюда.
they're getting a little argument. That's my gas. He's like, no, it's not. It's mine.
Наряд полиции вызывайте, пожалуйста.
You hear them
У нас
yelling?
что
The
происходит?
tensions are high. Oh, and
Driving an
howdy.
old Audi Q7 right there. Look at that thing.
Man, this guy must be one of the more affluent in the Irkutsk area. Not really a lot of wealthy people out here in Siberia.
You definitely have to be wealthy to buy a Q7 of this year model right here. So it's probably very inexpensive.
He's one of the poorest in Irkutsk. A peasant.
Yeah.
Like,
It's whether or not you can do the maintenance on those right there. If you can afford the maintenance on them, you might be wealthy. But if you can just buy the car, that doesn't mean anything.
Also, he's getting out for a confrontation.
Кому тыкаешь-то, Телефон лучше убери, я тебе его сломаю нахуй. Сломай. Сломай. Сядешь. Слышишь?
Oh,
Did
I heard
you
somebody
hear that?
rack something, man. I heard somebody rack, man. That sounded like a 9mm right there. I don't like the sound of that.
Oh, let's listen to that again.
Сломай. Сядешь. Слышишь?
That sounds like the old Mackie. Did someone just whip out the mackerel?
Who knows?
Сядешь. Что ты, ебать, пистолетов вцепил?
Oh, it's a mackerel. Oh my God.
Yeah.
They're getting in a standoff for the gas.
It's up the blicky in the lot.
So to explain the situation to all of you all, because we have to like actually speak about what's really going on here. The tensions are so high at most gas stations in most of Russia that people are almost getting into shootouts, like we're seeing right here, which almost happened at this gas station, to just try and get a little bit of gas and to eke other people out of the line so that way they can get the little gas that's left. Now, I'm not going to show the rest of the clip. It really is more so just to show y'all how high the tensions are and actually report the news on how bad things have really gotten inside of Russia. But I think y'all can finally start seeing, because we've been telling y'all about all these clips we can't show y'all of, there's fist fights, there's giant, like, brawls of dozens of people at these gas stations, and a lot of y'all are saying, I can't find those anywhere. Is that really happening? And the little bit of clips that we can show you, like the one from a couple of days ago where it almost went into a fist fight, and this one here where someone whipped out the blicky to get a couple of liters, are hopefully giving you all a little bit of the idea that the tensions have gotten so high, they're at a boiling point for most people in Russia right now.
And also the stupidity of all the places you get in a gunfight with people, like over something, which, by the way, folks, just a PSA, don't get in gunfights with people. Like, that's not a good thing. That's usually not a very savory thing to do. So don't get in gunfights with people. Don't take these people's example. But out of all the places you could get in a gunfight, at a gas station with highly flammable gasoline sitting right over there, it's like the worst possible place you could get in a situation like this. And the Russians are just raring to go to get into it.
Man, bro, this guy had this in a pocket, man, and on the pant pocket, it had like a little inscription on the pocket, rip open in case of emergency, bro. And he's like, oh, bro, like, and I gotta say, yeah, I see a lot of people saying show the rest of the clip. Nothing bad happens in the clip, by the way. It was just the brandishing that happened here. So I'll show you the rest of the clip, so you can see how it happened. Of course, the guy with the peacemaker here wins the confrontation, and the other guy gets in his car and just leaves, and this guy, I suppose, gets the gas, is what I'm guessing. See, this guy here is clearly backing off immediately.
Что ты пистолетов вцепил, ебать?
Молодой человек,
вы в курсе, что вы нарушаете порядок? Мы по 5 часов тут стоим. Мне вообще похуй, сколько вы стоите. Да ты чё?
You see that he's not really wanting to stay around for that much longer. He's trying to save face a little bit here and there, but he knows the time is nigh and he needs to leave.
Где группа быстрого реагирования? Я вам ебальники всех порасшибаю. Что? Ты в курсе?
Well,
ты в курсе, что это представитель власти?
Well, he tries to get back out and save a little bit of face.
Давай, вот он я.
Maybe it's Dom.
Oh.
Ты что делаешь-то?
Oh, damn.
Oh, it's the police.
Oh, whoa.
It's the
this
cops.
just took a turn. This just took a turn for the different. So wait a minute. So, man, I'll tell you what, man, the Russian cops might be more tame than U.S. cops. Really, I think U.S. cops would have lit this dude up by now. Like, they'd already got him on the ground at this point. The Russian cops giving him a break.
I literally skipped over this part of the video, Matthew, before we put it on the air. This is the biggest plot twist of the century. This isn't just some random guy. It's the literal cops. Like, I can't believe this. Like, so, I don't even know what the hell, like, I don't even understand at this point what's going on. Like, technically, this guy has done nothing unlawful from what we've seen. The cop just whipped the gun out on him. I don't really understand.
Yeah, I would say. Well, I mean, the cop there looks a little scrawny. Like, he looks like he's not so well built. So he might be seen as sort of like large dude here jumping out of the Audi thinking, dang, I'm not going to be able to take him. And I doubt the Russians have tasers or anything non-lethal like that. So the first thing they grab is the lethal, the pistol. So that's probably why he did it.
I'm guessing so. But he faces off the man again, and that gets him to back off. And this time he's gone for good, I believe. He mounts off a little bit more.
Слышите, что? Вы сейчас совершили преступление оскорбления представителя власти.
Who's this woman mouthing off?
I don't know, man. I think a lot of people in Russia have this thing of not knowing when to fold and just walk away. Like, you know, like the old song, you gotta know when to hold 'em. I don't think they know when to fold 'em. So, you know, I guess it just keeps escalating in Russia.
Да ты что? А ты кто такой?
Oh, but he goes racing off, whipping out the lot, and the cops running around like,
Man, I think he thought he was about to run him down or something with the car. Like, back that up for a second, man. I gotta see that guy. That cop was thinking he was about to run him down, like peeling out like that.
Представителя власти. Да ты что? А ты кто такой? Олень.
yeah. Oh my God,
Oh,
dude,
damn.
he's going.
Dude's wilding out, dude. Oh my God, he almost took those people out right there.
Right, he, like,
This
hit
is
something
dangerous,
metal.
dangerous, man. Dangerous to the gas stations. You don't even want to try to go to the gas station right now.
Man, listen to that. He hit something out there. Listen. I don't know what he hit, but he just like obliterated something.
Let's hear that one more time.
Oh my God.
I think he smashed the barrier over there or something. I think there was a barrier sitting right there.
Bro, yeah, bro, he's on a path of destruction now, bro. He didn't get that leader, bro. He's gonna make sure that everybody gets a little bit. Oh my God, I can't believe it.
Bro's gonna turn his car into a missile and start running at the people waiting in line. What an idiot.
Bro, he's running low on gas and he didn't get what he wants, so he's gonna gas the thing as hard as he can and burn the little he's got left and run over some shit on his way out. Bro, this guy is the MVP of the year in Irkutsk. Like, bro, like, listen to this again. Well, let's just watch the whole deal at the end again.
Такой олень.
And that car right there was smart enough to move forward to get the hell out of the lunatic's way. I think he was about to smash the car. That car hadn't moved out of the way.
Oh my God. What a crazy scene in Irkutsk. But giving y'all a little bit more of that picture that we've been trying to convey of the craziness that goes on every day in Russia at this point with the gas shortages and all. Moving us on to the St. Petersburg, the Ukrainians have also tried to worsen this by knocking out more fuel depots. And we were able to see this footage here, once again showing the burning at St. Petersburg. And also, oh, that's the drone. I thought that was a person right there, like, no joke.
А вон он висит, вон он.
Oh,
Вот только что было.
little air defense fire.
Вот он, здесь.
Oh,
Что, идет или нет?
Oh!
Я его видел.
did they hit it?
А, вон. Вон он, да. Не-не. Еще один. Да-да-да,
It sounds like it's still running.
Вон он, бля, ебать. Ух ты, сучка.
Oh, here comes another.
Смотри.
These guys are already full of oil already.
Он просто вот так. Ебать, он мансит.
Oh, bro, this was pulling evasive maneuvers.
Забито меня.
Oh, damn.
Oh, it sounds like there was an impact.
Да как он так мансит? У нас пули не полетят?
They're missing everything.
А что он так мансит? Я потерял.
Come on.
Падает. Падает?
Money?
Типа вниз, все. Все, падает, смотри.
Oh,
Бабах.
money! They hit it. They made it through.
Блядь. Бля,
What are they doing, like kayaking around like a toxic like oil sites? Like, this isn't exactly scenic, is it?
Bruh, every time the ore comes up out of the water, it's just covered in like glowing toxic sludge. And the guy's like, "What the things are getting worse these days." Bruh, it's Vadim the boatman, bruh. It's like the guy that you see in every single like game where you have that shady Russian boat operator that brings you to like the clandestine places. It's him. He's here.
Man, I tell you, if I was on that boat right there, I'd have my feet in the water out back, flipping like a motor, like trying to get us out of here as quick as I could.
Man, what the crazy
Nothing like a peaceful day out on the out on the oil river. Also, safety first, too. Got to wear those orange vests, even though you're within the vicinity of an active war zone, basically.
Bruh, he said, "Don't shoot, don't shoot. I got the orange vest on." They're like, "Oh no, he's not a saboteur. He's got the orange vest on. He's good." Man, what if that's like the Ukrainian spotter team, bro? They got their radio out, dead on hit. Good job. Like, it's like, man, what if that is the spotters? That'd be crazy. We also were able to see, moving us on out of St. Petersburg, and further on down and into the Moscow area, we were able to see that some apartments in Moscow have been having some explosive disasters due to them hoarding fuel and putting it inside of their apartments. The fumes are catching on fire and creating situations like these. This is why hoarding's not a good idea, folks, especially putting diesel sauce in your house. Never a smart idea. Moving us on out of Moscow and on down and into the area of, I don't know, Voronezh, somewhere along a highway in Russia. Let's take a look at what they're doing. Did I just hear some very copyrighted music right there? I heard a little like strum of an orchestra.
I heard a cello. That's not good.
Oh, that's very copyrighted. Oh my god! Like, so we're gonna mute that. But what is this? What is this road pirate trying to do? Yar, get me closer to the fuel truck, damn it!
Is this
They're
dude
moving?
barefoot? No, dude's wearing like a flip-flops, it looks like, or something. Am I seeing that?
He's wearing flip-flops and an Adidas tracksuit with a hoodie.
Oh, man. He might actually pull this off.
He might. Yar, this be Captain Croc Sparrow. Oh
my god.
He did it!
Why? And what's the point of this? Like, what's the reasoning behind it?
I don't know. I guess he's trying to get
I mean,
the
they
gas.
could have just followed the
truck.
truck. They could have just followed the truck, though. I'm like, they were trying to track where it was going. They could have just followed it in their car. Like, why are they jumping on the back? Also, if they run out of gas where they find where the truck's going, it's not like they're going to be able to fill the car up anyway. The car's not there.
Man, I guess he's trying to climb up on top of the trailer to get in that cool little fist fight that they have in the movies, then get up to the front of the truck, like to the driver, and like throw him out the side, and then stop the truck and be Robin Hood the hero. They're gonna siphon all the gas out. It's gonna be like a heroic thing. I don't know. I really don't know what the point of this was, but it looks like they might be trying to conduct some of that old piracy on the high roads.
Who knows? Also, by the way, it's like, I'm sure the gasoline drivers are on edge because they know everybody wants gas. So I'm sure they're realizing they're basically driving the equivalent of a Brinks truck at this point, like with cash in the back of it. So, I'm sure they're probably wondering, what the hell is this car doing? Like basically rear-ending my trailer right now. And what's this dude doing on the hood? Like, I'm sure they're not oblivious to the fact that the GoPro just like crawled up on the back of their trailer. They're probably locking the doors right now.
Man, bro, when the truck drivers that are moving around the fuel or driving around at night, bro, they're sitting there in their truck going, "Damn, the roads be a cruel mistress." And then they look out the window near a cheetah and they see this. It'd be them damn fuel scalpers, damn it. Man, like, get out the blunderbuss. They're trying to board the ship.
They got all the GoPros up at 2 a.m. waiting on the sides of the roads like road pirates at this point.
Dude, like the truck gets a flat, they pull over like it's somewhere near cheetah, and the driver hops out. You just hear crickets, and then you just hear like the rustling and shit. He's like, "Oh, who's there?" And then like you just see hundreds of them come piling out, covering the truck, and then within minutes they all go running away, and there's nothing left, not even a bolt. Like there's one bolt that falls onto the street, and the whole truck's gone. Fuel, metals, tires, everything. It's all gone. Like they've stolen everything. But these days in Russia, folks, you got to be careful out there on those highways if you're trying to move around that cargo of gas, because a bunch of gomniks are going to have your ass to turn it into a haiku. But moving us on out of that area, we also were able to see that over the course of the day, the Ukrainians did conduct a massive drone attack on the Russian Federation, which largely included attacks going towards the southerly direction and Rostov-on-Don, and also towards Moscow and the deeper regions near Yaroslavl. It's expected to have a slight chance of precipitation, most likely drone bombs, over the course of the day throughout most of Russia, and we highly advise that you stay inside, and if you have to go outside, that you carry an umbrella. Oil rains are quite tough on the skin. Moving us on out of that whole deal, it's now time for us to get back on and into the areas down south, and more so to talk about the attacks that have been conducted by Russia today against Ukraine. The Russian Federation has conducted a significant drone and missile attack that we covered briefly at the beginning of our show against Ukraine in the prior hours before we went live. We were able to see a video here from Novorossiysk showing some Russian ships that took the brave venture 10 miles away from the Vostochny Rayon to go fire off the missiles in the middle of the bay instead of directly from the Rayon. So here's the clip. That's the end of that clip right there, but showing the beginning of the missile and drone attack. We were able to see later on in some other clips that there were attacks that were being stated heading towards the Sumy city area and the Sumy region, and we also were able to see a video that came out not during this night's attack, but earlier in the day of a Ukrainian MiG-29 shooting down a Russian drone. And, well, where is the hit? I don't see he's crossing the trail of the missile now. I don't think we saw the hit in that clip, unfortunately, but it was still pretty cool. Moving us on from that, we also were able to see, unfortunately, that within the city of Kyiv, Kyiv has been hit pretty heavily over the course of the night, including several zircons, which were targeted at the city. We also have another clip of that as well. Much like we showed earlier in the stream, the damage has been quite significant, and Ukrainian first responders are already attempting to sift through the rubble and find those who have been wounded and killed in the attacks. It is an unfortunate situation, to say the least, and it does appear that at the moment casualties have not been ascertained, but we would assume that there is probably a couple of dozen. It appears that we also have some news going on that the Russian mercenaries in Mali, which had already had a pretty bad day, are having an even worse day. Matthew, what do we have out of that right now?
Okay, so I'm not sure if we can show the video here. I'm trying to do a quick scan on it real quick, but you can just pause it if you want to jump to the post real quick. But right now, though, we are seeing in Mali, in the northern Mali town of Anifis, apparently elements of the Malian army and Russia's Africa Corps is now defending against what appears to be an absolute onslaught of rebel fighters right now. It appears to be the Russians are basically totally surrounded, and they really don't have much support from the looks of it. It appears to be that they're getting overrun at the moment. So it's about to get really ugly in Mali, it looks like, for the Russians. It looks like they're starting to lose, at least near a pretty major significant town inside of Mali for the most part. So we just saw their helicopter get shot down earlier today by the rebels, and now we're seeing their position get surrounded too. And this might be it for them, actually.
So I took a look at the clip. It does look like it's safe to show, so we'll show it to y'all because apparently this is coming out from the battles that are happening right now against the Russian Africa Corps and the Mali government loyalist forces. And we've seen that apparently the rebels have surrounded them at what appears to be some sort of a stockade or a temporary base they set up in the middle of the desert in the northern part of the country. And it looks like the rebels are beginning to attack them. And chaos is ensuing in the base as hundreds of Russian Africa Corps and Mali government loyalists are just running anywhere and everywhere that they can to try and escape the barrage.
Yeah, really, it's wild to see this. We don't really track Mali too much, but I mean, Russia's losing everywhere at this point. They're losing in Africa. They're losing everywhere at this point. This is embarrassing as hell.
Y'all are about to see what in stock market terms is called a ye old bull run. Let's take a look. It happens up here in this corner. A little explosion happens there, and there they go. The old bull run. Stampede, they call them. Classic term.
I think the rebels are behind the wire.
I think the African Corps is not doing well. It also doesn't look like they're organized much. They're literally just running in circles in their own camp.
Doesn't appear. Are the Russians even armed? Like, it looks like they're just running around with their arms flailing around.
I don't know. Like, it's a good question. Maybe they were just caught by surprise and none of them are even armed. Also, there's some sort of a weird oblong-looking vehicle. It looks like a tank with no cab that's moving around here at the bottom area of the base at the beginning of the clip. Look at that thing. I don't even know what that is. It's really a fuel tank without a vehicle attached to it. It's just like rolling around.
Right now, the rebels have attached a rope to it, and they're pulling it to safety so they can have the fuel for themselves.
Bro, they threw a fishing line at the thing with a fishing hook, and they're like reeling the fishing hook back in with the whole trailer. Oh my god, man, the chaos though. I think the Russian Africa Corps will not last much longer at this point. Looks like they're at their end in northern Mali right now. So moving us on out of that interesting news, it's time for us to move on in to the rest of the news that we have from inside of Ukraine. In the Sumy area, we were able to see today that Russian forces were getting hit quite prolifically by the 119th Territorial Defense Forces. The damage was quite serious. Goodness.
I wonder how these meetings go, like internally, like with Vladimir Putin and all the top leadership that Russia has left in the military. We know that the generals, they generally like to give a very sugar-coated version of what's happening and try to gloss over the failures, so that way, they don't get put on a chopping block by Vladimir Putin. But at some point, though, the failures are so magnificent and so severe that you really can't even sugarcoat it to make it sound good. I mean, they're starting to lose in Africa. That's kind of out of the blue with that one. They're starting to really have a bad time in Mali. That was a failed adventure from the get-go. But now they're losing in Ukraine badly. They're losing in Crimea. They're even losing on the home front economically. It's like, is there any good news at these meetings to even talk about anymore?
On the bright side, we won't have to worry much longer. Really? Yes. Why is that, advisor? Because we won't be in charge much longer. It's like, well, I guess that's the bright side, You fail this badly, you might not be around much longer. But I have to say that we have to deliver very unfortunate news today in the Russian casualty report. This is the first day that the Bobcats have gone dry in like a month and a week. So there's 0 Bobcats today, unfortunately. But Miss Disa, keeper of the records, did state that the troop loss for the 7-day average is in the low 1200s. That's not that bad of a day. 7 tanks is the highest in 2 weeks, 462 supply trucks and tanks is the 12th highest, and sadly, no special equipment after a 36-day streak, finally ending the longest special equipment streak we had seen in the war. And 6 ground robotics was tied for the 11th highest, which was not shown. Over the course of the past 24 hours, we were able to see that 1,290 Russian soldiers were wounded and killed over the past 24 hours, along with 9 APCs, 462 supply trucks, 7 main battle tanks, 63 artillery pieces, 1,628 drones, 3 MLRSs, and 1 anti-aircraft warfare system. All in all, not too bad, but sad to see the Bobcats finally gone for one day. We also were able to see in the Vovchansk area that the Ukrainians were continuing to hit those Russian forces in the 17th Brigade. The 17th Brigade is one of the brigades still holding down the Vovchansk city area, which has been an embattered field for about 1.5 years at this point. The Russians have never been able to advance further than the northern part of Vovchansk city, and brigades like the 17th have made sure that that is still the case in the present day right now. Moving us on out of that clip, while I almost just choked right there, we also were able to see in the Luhansk area that energy facilities were also being hit by the Ukrainians overnight. The infrastructure attacks are extending to all occupied territories, unfortunately for the Russians. We also were able to hear additionally that moving us on and into the rest of the frontline areas, that near to the area of Konstantinivka, there was news that came out today that the Russian Federation, according to Russia, took the town of Konstantinivka. It only took about 2 straight years of fighting on the outskirts of Konstantinivka for them to take it. The problem is they didn't take it. They're still on the outskirts of the city, and they haven't even made it inside the city, and they haven't made it to the northwestern side either, which would be where they fully have taken the city. They haven't even really entered the suburbs yet. And so many Russians are calling BS on this whole deal, and a lot of them are putting out statements like Konstantinivka equals Kupiansk, which the Russians also claim to have fully captured about 1 year ago, and the Russians are still fighting on the southern suburbs of Pokrovsk right now, with the Ukrainians still controlling the majority of everything north of the rail yard, and also a couple of blocks south of the rail yard as well. The Russians don't really seem to be doing that well in urban warfare these days, as a by and large statement of tactical fact. The Russians are not gaining any ground once they hit these urban areas that are close to the front lines, like Pokrovsk or Konstantinivka, as we've seen that the battles in Mirnohrad and Pokrovsk have been going on strong for about the entirety of about 8 months at this point, and the Russians are about in the same parts of the suburbs they are in now as they were when the battle started 8 months ago. Hardly a single extra city block has been taken, and the Ukrainians, surprisingly, are still holding on to the city pretty strongly. We expected that once the Battle of Pokrovsk started about 8 months ago, that the Ukrainians would probably be able to hold on to it for well over 1 year before they fully lost the city, making the battle cost the Russians greatly, and every single square meter taken, which would be taken in heavy amounts of blood. The Russians are still nowhere close to taking the city of Pokrovsk 8 months later, and while the Russians have just made it to the outskirts of Konstantinivka, we're expecting the very same sort of a situation as far as the battle goes to unfold here in Konstantinivka. There is no way in hell that the Russians are going to take Konstantinivka quickly. They just made it to the suburbs, and considering the fact that Pokrovsk and its supply lines are in a far more dangerous situation than Konstantinivka, which still has direct road access to Kramatorsk, and that flank and supply line has not been directly threatened yet by Russian forces, we would assume that the Ukrainians will be able to hold on to Konstantinivka for an equal amount of time, if not even longer, due to the condition of its current supply lines. But moving us on out of that and talking about the situation that the Russians seem to be glossing over, like the advances at Konstantinivka, which are a flat-out lie, a lot of people are putting in their thoughts about why in the world are the Russians doing this, and what aim does this even serve? And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so the main question is at this point, who do you think is behind this whole cover up? Because it could be the Russian generals trying to save their own skin. It could be that Putin's simply trying to hide the fact from the public they're losing so badly that he's trying to simply make up successes at this point, so that way they can say they're doing something right in this war. But who do you think's to blame for that? 55% said Russian generals are to blame, and they're trying to gloss it over to save their skins, so that way Putin doesn't do something to them. 37% said Putin really knows how bad it is, and he's probably being told the truth, and he's the one trying to hide it from the Russian public. And 3% said I'm 50-50 on this one. And I would say personally, the Russian generals certainly try to gloss stuff over. They don't want to make it sound too bad because then Putin's going to be coming for them next. But I think Putin really knows how bad it is. I mean, you would have to be blind at this point not to see how bad it is from any side, the Russian side or the Western side. You'd have to be pretty much blind. And I would say the look on Putin's face when he showed up to that Russian post near the front lines, that really depressed look on his face, I think he knows how bad it is. And the generals really can't cover it up anymore. And now Putin's starting to realize that it's going horribly, and that's why he's starting to get more extreme with his options. Like, for example, attacking NATO, or trying to do something crazy in Crimea or something like that. It's because he knows how bad it's going. So I'm with the 38%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that I would say the Russians are probably trying to gloss it over to try and make it sound like it's not too bad, and maybe they're still winning, but there's absolutely no hope in hell at this point for anything in Russia, even on the front. And so I would say they're most likely trying to cope, much like you were saying, because if they aren't coping, then you have to admit the reality that they're not gaining ground anywhere in the economy, for the government, for the military, even for their foreign policy ambitions in places like Africa, which are fairly small at this point. They aren't even seeing successes there. We also were able to hear in the meantime today that apparently, according to the Ministry of Defense from Russia, which is also still posting on Telegram, mind you, although Telegram's banned in Russia, in connection with the liberation of Konstantinivka by Russian troops and the establishment of full control over it, Russia is ready to conduct a humanitarian operation in order to hand over the bodies of Ukrainian military personnel killed in action in this area. To this end, we offer Ukraine to cease shelling of Konstantinivka from 1200 to 1800 hours on the 6th of July. Ukraine is requested to inform the Russian command of its decision via the existing special services communication channels until 1200 hours on the 5th of July. So it does seem that at the moment, the Russian Federation is trying to be quite confident that they've taken Konstantinivka, although the Ukrainians are still well within the city. Pretty dumb one to even claim, considering that the Ukrainians literally can film a video in Konstantinivka right now and prove that they're still in control of it. In the rear lines near Donetsk, the Russian logistics are still coming under attack quite badly as well, as this video shows here. Some Russian civilians in shock of an FPV drone attack right in front of them on a supply truck.
Лети быстрее, сейчас второй будет, лети. Господи помилуй, Господи помилуй, Господи помилуй, Господи помилуй.
Этот остановился. Мы едем.
Я не знаю.
Я не знаю.
Надо ехать, Соня, едь.
Мы едем.
Сейчас второй.
You see them driving on up. What is this here? What type of truck is this?
Господи помилуй. Ой.
Oh, an old supply truck. The normal one, You see those quite a lot these days.
But it was all blacked out, though, like a special forces van.
Yeah, it was. It's kind of wild.
Господи помилуй. Показывай там знак.
Easy, Olga. Take it easy.
Damn, they had to hit that music, bro. They said, oh my god, I'm so stressed out. Every breath you take. Like, bro, that's oh man, that's kind of crazy right there. So we can't play the rest of it. It's got copyrighted music in it, but they were quite shocked. They were quite shocked indeed. But moving us on from that and closer to the front, we also got to see what the frontline supply routes are looking like these days, which is incredibly grim. Take a little look.
Dang, have we seen this clip before? This looks like familiar, unless they're all starting to look all the same.
They're all starting to look the same. Like, this is a totally different one, actually. This is fresh. It's still that bad.
Damn. This dude's driving like some truck you would have like on an African safari or something if you're going to look at the lions. Like, this is like that type of truck.
Man, honestly, moving us on from that, and on out of that area, we've also been able to hear, additionally, near to the Pokrovsk front, that the Ukrainians were able to give the Russians a little happy Independence Day treat. Take a little look. Dropped a J-Dam on them.
Well, damn.
Man, yeah, moving us on from that. That doesn't even sound like a J. We also were able to see the Ukrainians in the 68th Jaegers. Oh, apparently too spicy. Hitting the Russians. I didn't think it was too spicy. I watched that one in full earlier, but if it says it's spicy, we just got to take it for what it is. We also were able to see some more Russians coming under a drone attack down near the area of Velika Novosilka.
Яна? Куда она ушла? Вижу! Харнет! Куда? Беги тут! Вперед сюда! Сюда беги!
Oh, there it goes. Oh!
Oh, my.
Пидораска! Все четко! Бля, опять Нива нахуй! Что за хуйня, блядь? Они как нас любят,
Moving us on from that clip, we also were able to see Ukrainian Mi-24 on a little fire mission today. We'll have to mute the music, but the video is quite stunning, how low they're flying to the ground. We can tell this is Zaporizhia because this is where they have these significant built-up defenses on the Ukrainian and Russian side.
Look at how low this thing is right here.
Man, they dust in the crops. Oh, right over the tree line, too. Man, that's daring flying right there. But moving us on from this little clip, which was quite an interesting one right there, we also were able to see that down on the front lines near to the area of Verbove and Nove, that it appears that, oh, apparently this one's too spicy, but the Russians are getting cooked down there. I can tell you all that. We also were able to see what the Highway of Hell looked like today on the M14. Man, carnage and destruction. Tough stuff, really.
Does it make me a sicko to say I'm kind of glad to see it?
And not really. It's a war. And it was. We got to win it.
War. Yeah, in war, it's okay to say that.
I mean, honestly, you know, oh, what a tragedy! I wish they could curb stop us. Like, it's like, what are we supposed to say? You know, like I think people will be like, but they're human too. It's like, yeah, but they're also, you know, like it's like the German army and the Gestapo and the SS were also human, and they conducted great atrocities. What's the point of that statement? You know, it's like, I don't really know. It's like, what, are we supposed to root for our enemy in war? I don't get it. But anyways, we also were able to see the Ukrainians striking some Russian forces here in the 801st Diving Center. Now, you know, I gotta say, that's quite an odd one, you know, the diving center conducting drone attacks, but I guess everyone can get in on it these days. And we see that they were able to destroy the Russian position. You know, what's going on here, Blair? Let's see here. Looks like they hit that little Bohanka. Oh, blessed. Oh, it's terrible, really. So sad. Look, another Bohanka.
What is this, the Jabberjaw Brigade? Why they got a picture of Jabberjaw over there on the left?
Oh, I think you missed it earlier on. This is the diving center of Ukraine. The diving school is bombing the Russians with drones. I was saying earlier on, I was like, I guess anybody can get in on this stuff these days. Because I'd have to say, man, that's kind of weird that the diving center in Ukraine is also on the front conducting drone attacks, you know?
Yeah, I guess you can say they're diving right into these Russian losses. I guess you can say diving right in. Look at that.
Man, I'd say, man.
Play the Jaws music when they show up.
I don't think that was the Jaws music. Like, man, like.
I forgot to add. See, it's supposed to be an increasing octave, like every single time the little happens. I forgot to add that little detail, but y'all understand the spirit behind it. That shark. Also, by the way, I will never give up on it. It was the shark that said "blow up" when it was going after that boat. It was the shark that said it.
Man, I think the Jaws music is that dun 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 dun. I think that's the Jaws.
Yeah, it starts off though with the whole little. It starts off with that.
Yeah, that's true. Like with the first way you did, man, you went. I was like, I don't think that's music, man. I think that's like a dog or something. But moving us on up out of Kherson, it's time for us to get on up to President Zelensky and the speech from the president of Ukraine today on the 1,593rd day of the war. So, without further ado, here is the speech. Peach.
Шановні українці, українки, сьогодні ми продовжили нашу роботу, щоб у нас було ППО, це фактично кожного дня, абсолютно без перерви. Це дуже непросто, треба шукати ракети для ППО, додаткові системи, особливо проти балістики. За кілька днів ми вже контактували з нашими партнерами Нідерланди, Німеччина, Швеція, Франція та Америка. Я дав на цьому тижні ще окремі завдання МЗС України, Міністерства оборони, секретарю РНБО. Я очікую на результати. Зараз усім посадовцям треба займатися не абстрактними речами, а цілком конкретно ППО для України, фінанси для України, необхідні засоби та необхідні рішення для фронту, для стійкості нашої держави. Наступні тижні теж будуть важливими щодо цього. Ми готуємось до зустрічей та перемовин, до візитів в Україну партнерів, ракети для патріотів – це пріоритет. І, звісно, ми розуміємо, що політичної волі Сполучених Штатів Америки точно вистачило би, щоб дефіцит патріотів заповнити. Але поки що недостатньо такої підтримки. Будемо всіма каналами переконувати. Я дякую всім, хто нам допомагає. Також вдячний кожному нашому партнеру, який з нами в дипломатичному процесі і думає, як змусити Росію все ж таки перейти до угоди. Треба достойно закінчити цю війну, закінчити реальним миром. Зараз вже ми кожну добу забезпечуємо результати наших далекобійних санкцій проти Росії, також санкцій середньої дальності. Важливо, щоб наші люди в Криму та в інших частинах окупованої території України розуміли, що українська мета тільки в тому, щоб зробити продовження окупації для окупанта максимально непідйомним. І ми це робимо. Відзначу також наші операції проти російської нафтової галузі. Їм дуже далеко до стабілізації. Хоча вони пробують розказувати зараз щось інше. Треба закінчувати цю війну. І тільки це може бути кроком до нормальності. Я хочу подякувати сьогодні усім нашим воїнам, кожній, хто б'ється заради України, особливо на таких складних ділянках, як Донеччина, Запорізька область, Харківщина. Тривають бої також за Костянтинівку, яку Путін вже приписав собі, але зрозуміло, ніколи не ризикне там з'явитись. Бо насправді його – це тільки Москва, Петербург та резиденції. В цьому і найбільший цинізм цієї війни. Особа, яка спирається тільки на своє ближнє коло, на Москву та на улюблені резиденції, спалює все, до чого він може дотягнутися, і вбиває навіть своїх же громадян по 30 тисяч на місяць щонайменше. Просто, щоб він один не ухвалював рішення про мир і надалі. В цьому червні теж майже 30 тисяч підтверджених уражень російських окупантів на фронті, убитими та важко пораненими. Перші за кількістю уражень серед наших захисників – це Центр спецоперацій «Альфа» СБУ. Дякую вам, воїни. Ми будемо забезпечувати більше засобів для усіх наших підрозділів, від діпстрайків та тих, що зосереджені на середній дальності і на фронтовому захисту. Ми готуємо зараз серйозну розмову з нашими партнерами щодо нових форматів санкцій проти Росії та кроків, які можуть обмежити російські доходи та обмежити здатність воювати. Україна бачить цю перспективу, що може бути зроблено. Треба на Росію тиснути, щоб мир був. Україна всі пропозиції, всі варіанти дипломатичні вже надала. Ми розраховуємо, що протягом цих місяців попереду умови для достойного миру будуть наближені або силою, або дипломатією. Я дякую всім, хто допомагає. І окремо ще раз вітання ВМС України і сьогоднішнім професійним днем Військово-морських сил Збройних сил України. Я дякую вам, хлопці, дякую вам за захист України. Ще одне, є знов дані розвідки про те, що росіяни готують новий масований удар. Це в дусі Путіна одразу після Дня Незалежності Америки і перед самітом НАТО в Анкарі. Росія хоче додати зла і вбити людей. Будь ласка, бережіть себе, зважайте на сигнали повітряної тривоги. Окремо, для партнерів, будь-яке зволікання з ракетами для нашої ППО, з ракетами для Петріотів. Це втрата життів. Це спонукає Росію воювати далі. Світ має необхідну кількість і якість ППО. Потрібні ваші рішення, щоб був реальний захист життя в Україні. Передусім, це, звісно, рішення Америки, рішення сильних в Європі та у світі. Будь ласка, будьте активними у рішеннях, захищайте життя. Ракети для патріотів не на складах зараз потрібні, а в дивізіонах патріотів в Україні. Дякую тим, хто допомагає реально. Слава Україні!
Herom Slava.
And with that, that's the end of the speech from the President of Ukraine, President Volodymyr Zelensky, on this day of 1593 of the war. And it's time for us to move on, folks, into the second segment of the stream where we get to talk to each and every single one of y'all. And boy, howdy, folks, is it going to be a blast. Choo! It's going to be an absolute blast. We get to talk to each and every one of y'all, hopefully, tonight. And it looks like we certainly have the time for it. I think that right now, over the course of this whole stream, we've been able to compile about it looks like 13 live chats that have been directed at us, and we will be able to get to
That's
each.
proprietary information right there.
I didn't think so. I was just making sure to get a head
It's a
count of them.
proprietary formula with 13 herbs and 13 spices.
Man, the 11 herbs and spices, man. but beyond that, we will be making sure to get to all of those. And if you also have any additional questions, make sure to add Enforcer Matt. So that way we can add some more in and hopefully get to a couple of more. Because we made it through the whole deal. Hey! We also have a couple of super chats to cover as well, which we will be getting to first here in this question segment. And then getting into all of the live chats. Because we've held all of the super chats off until this last question segment. And so, with that in mind, Matthew, please take it away.
All right. And also, by the way, I never like really shout out the questions too often unless we're running late. It's always like to have like this illusion, like I just have like an unlimited bank of questions to pull from. It always seems so seamless when it's like that way. That's why generally I'll only say how many super chats are left like during the last minutes of the stream or toward the end of it. So that way it seems like, oh, Matt's pulling his magic out of the hat again. He just has questions at the ready. But the Enforcer exposed me. I have 13 right now. And usually when it's like that, if we run through them too fast, I'll try to compile some more right near the end of it, so that way it seems like it's unlimited questions and soup and stuff like that. But anyways, though, jumping into our top donors of the night, we did have a 100 from Activista, as well as a 100 from Careburros3, who each put in a $100 donation to the fundraiser and helped to bring us up to $25.70 raised, which is about $600 above the goal, which is fantastic to see nonetheless. And a huge shout out to y'all once again for making that possible. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I gotta give y'all a big shout out, Activista and Kerberos, for y'all's incredible support to the fundraiser tonight. Truly a beautiful and amazing thing, and we thank y'all greatly, everybody who we are able to call out and not call out, for y'all's donations, for y'all's incredible support to these fundraisers, because each and every single one of y'all has gotten it to $2,590 raised as of tonight, which is truly an incredible and fantastic thing to see. And so, I hope that has addressed that well. And I saw someone say, how was the 4th of July for y'all, since it was the first time you had one in Utah? It was pretty good. It was pretty good. We had an enjoyable time. We rode the train up to downtown Salt Lake, rode some electric bicycles, which was pretty cool. That was the first time I ever rode one. All the way down to Liberty Park from the station over here. And then we rode it back because, sadly, we went to try and follow through on a request, if I'm not mistaken, from Ross, who threw in $100 super chat on the 3rd and was like, "Y'all go to that lobster place, Freshy's Lobster." And we rode the train up there, and we got out, and we rode the bike all the way down here, and we got right in front of the lobster place. And it turns out we got there at 2:58. They closed at 3 that day for the 4th of July. So we were 2 minutes. Well, we were just too late. 2 minutes until closing. We couldn't get in there and get anything. They had already locked the doors. So we were like, damn. So we wandered around a little bit and then got back on the electric bikes. And then we biked all the way back across the city, back to the station. And then we rode back home. So
Oh man, we just missed that lobster,
I
man.
know.
I was starting to salivate on the way down there too, because I'm like, it's not often you get a lobster roll, like not occasionally. And thanks to Ross, he was bankrolled, and so we're like, we're gonna go down there and follow through with his request and oblige on this one. So literally just a minute or two beyond getting the lobster roll, and also it was like 100 degrees too, so it was hot. It was hot pavement out there. We were slogging over there to the lobster place, and then got right to the door, and we're like. Hey, I was like, hey, wait a minute. Why's the open sign? Why's the light off? Because it was on when we first passed by it before we put the bikes up. It was on. And then we went to the door and we're like, they close at 3 on 4th of July. It's like we just missed it by like 10 minutes, like literally, because we had to put the bikes away. So, I mean, outside of that, though, it was a pretty cool experience. So, first time I've ever biked around downtown Salt Lake City on the e-bikes that they have for rent down there. So, it was actually a pretty neat experience overall.
Yeah, it was a really cool experience, and also downtown was pretty busy that day. There was a lot of people out. So it was a lively downtown, a lively downtown. And I got to tell you, folks, they have this really cool, like, it's like this bike share program thing downtown where they have like rental bikes in places like Salt Lake Station. I'll show it to y'all here because they actually have the rack right there. So there's a little rental rack. Now you can go downtown. We've never really been in cities that have done anything like this before, so this is all new. Because we're from the South, so they don't have anything like this. But we went down there and we got off of the train and we missed the Trax train on the blue line right here that takes you into downtown. So we were like, damn. What do we do? And so we were like, well, I guess we just have to rent one of these. So it's $3.50 for your first hour, and then I think it's like $5 every hour afterwards. So as long as you put them back in the bike rack and then you get them again, you can get it for like $3.50 an hour. And they're electric bikes. They have like electric charge inside of them, so it makes it far easier to pedal them. So it's basically like riding around on a scooter, like very minimal physical effort put into it. But you rent it for $3.50, and we took off and we left and we went all the way. Like, I think we went up the street a little bit or something like that, and then we went down here towards like the Delta Center, and then we were like, what do we want to do? So we biked a little bit further down this way, and then we went like down past the library and stuff, and all the way down to Freshy's Lobsters, and then they were closed, and we were like, well, shit. So then I got a Liquid Death at the store over from them. It was what was the place called? It's in here somewhere, but I got a Liquid Death, which is a water.
Some Wasatch something food co-op. This was sort of like a hipster area, like around here. I think they call this area Sugar House, I think. Yeah, and that is the food co-op right there. They have like a big whale, like statue, like up the street, and then they added a baby whale to it apparently yesterday. I've never seen before, but very young area. Like a lot of people our age running around this area. So it was really fascinating. I kind of liked it. It was kind of unique to a certain degree. I don't know if I'd want to live in this area like full time, but it was pretty neat. And there's that huge park, that really nice park over there on the left.
Where the hell's the whale? I can't find it on here.
You go to the map view. It's like the roundabout up the street from this that boulevard right there.
Well, I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing a roundabout.
Let's see. It's up the street. Like go look up further up the street.
Oh, the whale.
There
Yeah.
it is, right there.
There's no whale.
Oh, where's the whale?
This is
Whoa.
2021. This is pre-whale. So this is what they call let's see, PW. This is pre-whale. We're in the AW realm after whale.
Yeah, they have the big whale. Like they had the big whale out here when I first came out here to look at the place. Like like a year or two ago, or yeah, a year ago. But
Here's the whale.
yeah, there's the whale. There it is, right there. That's the whale. And then they have a baby whale that they added to it. They don't have a picture of the baby whale, but they have a small whale next to it now. So yeah, they have the whale here. I guess they added that within like the last couple of years or something. I don't know. I don't understand the significance of it, but it's kind of neat.
I don't get it either. Like, honestly, it completely eludes me what the whale's about. But let's see, what else is cool? Well, not to get into all of it, but then we were like, all right, let's go back. So I got a Liquid Death. By the way, big shout out to like the Liquid Death. If y'all have ever had it, I don't know what it is, but their water tastes like really smooth, and I really like it. So I got one of those because it was the only water they had in the store because it's a co-op and it was like all organic and like high-end stuff. Like, you know, like a bottle of soap in there costs like $10. I was like, this is way beyond my price bracket. But there was no places open on the whole street, and I was dying from the heat. I was like, I gotta get a water. So I spent $2 on one of those. Would I drink Liquid Death every day? Not because of the price. It's like $2. It's way too much. But I got one, drank it. I was like, that's great. And then we biked back up here to Salt Lake Central Station, and then we got on the train and we went home. And I gotta say, folks, that was cheap. I think the train ride up there was like $5 for each of us, and the bike was $3.50. So it only cost us like $8 to go downtown and literally wander basically around the whole thing on a bike and back. Well, the return trip also cost $5. So about, what was it, like $13 or something to do that? I mean, honestly, pretty affordable for what we did. I mean, we did a lot for $13. It was like several hours of stuff. So, you know, it was a pretty cool time. And then to tell you all this, folks, you wouldn't believe it. Would you? Color me shocked. Some people blew away some fireworks down in Provo last night. And I don't know if you heard about this, Matthew, but they started a wildfire.
Yeah, I did hear about that. People were shooting off fireworks in daybreak, and the cops were running around going to snag them. And then the fire trucks were also going around to put out the fires that was apparently like about to start. Like it was chaos kind of last night. I heard all the commotion, so I got out to go drive and go check. And I was like, "What the hell's going on?" So I went driving around to go look, and it was like I went up to a seeing spot where it's like above the city to go look. And I just like looked across the whole city, and there was fireworks going off everywhere. I was like, damn, like nobody's adhering to this ban. Like there's fireworks going off all over the whole place.
And so there was a whole bunch of brush fires in the city last night here in Salt Lake City. And then further down south, there was a whole wildfire that started that I think they're still trying to contain right now. I'm not really sure. But, you know, you ain't stopping my liberty. I can burn down the whole city. and then they started a whole fire. I got to tell y'all, folks, I mean, I love the United States of America, but one thing that really does get on my nerves is people who don't have any damn sense and act like because America is a free country that we can just do things that are reckless and dangerous to the nation because I got a right to do it. It's like, well, you know, you can burn down the whole city as well, and that is arson. So, you know, it's like you can also suffer the consequences of that as well, I suppose. I gotta say, folks, if I had to get on a soapbox over anything today and get on a whole rant, that's the kind of stuff that I will rant about. Is that people in this country act like because it's a free country that they have no duty as a citizen to care about the country, its well-being, or other people in the country. And that, to me, it just annoys me and angers me to no end, because it's like, to be an American and to be a patriot doesn't mean that you flip the finger off to everybody else and you just go around and do whatever the hell you want at the expense of everybody else. It means that you use your freedoms and exercise them for the benefit of the common good of the people, including yourself. And a lot of people don't ever seem to understand that. They think that America's a free country so that they can be a nuisance to everybody else. When in reality, America's a free country so that way we can talk about how to improve the nation for the betterment of all, not for a singular individual. I find that to be rather bizarre, the kind of takes and sorts of mindsets that some people have. And I don't think that's being, like, I'll just say it markedly and blankly, that's not the mark of a good citizen to add, like, F you, I'll do what I want. It's like, that's not a good mark of a citizen. That's a bad citizen. It's like that person will go do whatever the hell they want, even if it means burning down the whole city. And then when they burn down the whole city, you go, you just burned my house down. F you, it's America, I can do what I want. It's like, that's not a good person, even if we're just talking about a person. It's like to be so self-absorbed, it's unreal to me. I can't even comprehend. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well. But beyond that, though, the 4th of July was great. I thought it was a blast. I had a fun time. And also, man, do you see they had a huge drone show in Salt Lake, like near Liberty Park?
I didn't see that, but after I saw the fireworks going off, I was like, "Dang, there actually were fireworks shows going on." I should have looked beforehand, like know which ones to like go to go look at, because I saw it from the seeing spot, which I won't say to avoid violating my OPSEC, but I can see over the whole city, like from a certain area that I can go drive to. And I looked over the whole thing. I was like, "There's fireworks. There was some big fireworks shows going on, like in some areas." So I was like, "Dang, I should have like driven over there to that if I'd have known where it was going to be."
I think some of them were city approved, but they had like a whole cordoned off area and the fire department within a certain perimeter. So if a fire did start, they put it out immediately. Like some of them were sanctioned by the cities, but like the private sale and use of fireworks was banned. And also I think there were some specific areas where you could go to fire off fireworks, where also the fire department had it cordoned off and ready to put out any fires that might start, so that they could
The
try
salt
and
flats.
yeah, the Bonneville Salt Flats was the big one. Like you could go out there and do whatever you wanted. But in the city, I think there was a couple of places like that actually, where if you had fireworks and you wanted to shoot them off, there was a couple like cordoned off areas where you just do your own thing with your fireworks, and the fire department was there ready to put out the fire. But then some people, of course, would go and do what they want. They started a wildfire down near Provo and a couple of brush fires in the city, which has been a common occurrence every night for the past few days. That some fire will start somewhere in the city in like a median or something that they have to put out, because literally an ember, like, and these people are too dumb to get this, and the Forestry Service has been saying this and also the Weather Service has been saying this for weeks. The weather out here is so dry, also with the heat, that literally a tiny ember can float a mile away and almost be out, and if it lands in a patch of grass, it's going to start a fire, and people aren't getting that. And so they fire off their fireworks, and they start fires sporadically all over the city, and it's been going on quite a lot. But anyways, outside of that whole gripe fest, the 4th of July was great. I had a fun time. I thought it was a good time. And then I weathered a rail car a little bit. I was actually working on the rail car that you got me for my the birthday before this last one. It was that little Frisco boxcar, the 40-footer. You remember giving me that one?
Yeah, I do.
I started weathering that when I got one side done, and then I left it to dry. So hopefully after the stream, I might be able to do the other side and at least get the wash on it, because this one I'm trying to make it look beat to hell and back, like extremely. So hopefully I'll be able to do that after the show. But anyways, folks, it is time for us to move on and into the questions. What do we got, Matthew?
So moving into our super chat questions here, our first one's going to go to RCH Technologies, and he put in a $50 super chat. And thank you very much, good sir, for throwing that in, even on a Sunday night. We do appreciate the support. And he said, hey guys, and have lunch on me. And thank you, by the way. He said, I started an HO scale LSA Hemet on a flat car to send up there one of these days. I thought about NATO blue because of the LSA flag, but camo would work too. And also boxes in the back with the LSA donation crates in the back.
Oh, that'd be really cool. That's really neat. A really cool boxcar that I liked this year, not speaking of flat cars, but speaking of boxcars, is the, let's see, TTX 250 boxcar. Let me pull them up because they're really cool. So there's a rail car leasing company here in America called TTX, and I'm sure that a lot of y'all know them, because whenever you're near to the railroad tracks, you see these big yellow box cars. That's TTX, which is a rail car pulling leasing company. But they came up with a 250 scheme for their box cars, and I'm not gonna lie, they actually do look pretty cool. I was like, wow, that's really neat. I would love to see the LSA like Eagle put on like one side of the boxcar and then the rest of it just being like that blue. That would be super cool. But a flat car would also be really cool too. Like that's going to be really neat to see what you come up with on that. Because I never thought of doing it on a flat car. I always thought of doing it on a boxcar, like usually a 60-foot high cube, because it's basically like a big rolling billboard, really. But still, that's going to be really cool to see. I can't wait to see it. And also camo, that'd be an interesting look. That kind of be like that Union Pacific Gulf War train sort of a deal. That'd be pretty neat too. But a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, and I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Otani Sanji, who put in a 20. And thank you, Otani, as well, for that $20 support. They said, excellent coverage, guys. And I greatly appreciate the thorough coverage of Russia's economic situation, which conveys so much of the broader story. I don't think it's logistically practical for Putin's ability to evacuate Crimea. And I would agree with you 100%. The economic situation in Russia has been bad for a long time, but it is progressively getting worse. Not in like an all-at-once kind of way, but it's just like gradually sliding off a cliff. And it's kind of just hard to tell when it's actually going to slide off that cliff enough to have any like real like grinding halt effect to it. It's just kind of hard to predict it. We thought it might happen before now, but somehow Russia's still hanging on, probably because they're getting help from somewhere else. It's just kind of hard to tell. But I would also agree with you as well. It's very logistically impractical for Putin to actually evacuate Crimea, because there's only one exit point at this point, and it's the Kerch Bridge, and it constantly shuts down when Ukraine attacks near the Kerch Strait. So even if he wanted to, it's extremely difficult difficult. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to agree. It is largely difficult to conduct an evacuation of Crimea. It is doable, however, and they could throw a lot of resources at that to make it possible. It would be a significant drain on their remaining resources, but it is possible. And depending on how they game this out as far as the implications of doing it or not doing it, they might decide to conduct an evacuation. I'm largely in that camp to think that they probably will try, because otherwise it might look very bad for them, and it also might lead to the Russian government's position becoming even further unstable from the inside in Russia. But beyond that, though, I would say that the economic situation is dire, and we have been trying to get it down for a while and say, it's getting pretty bad. And we've been saying that for a while. If it keeps going at this rate, there's going to be fuel shortages. And we're finally at the fuel shortages. So now the question is, where in the world does the economic collapse actually happen? Where in the world does it just slide off the abyss and into the oblivion? And we're still trying to figure that one out. I'm saying that it's probably still going to be about less than a year from now, maybe like 10 or 11 months away from here, but it could always end up being longer, because crystal balling that far into the future is very hard, if not impossible to do, but that would be about my best guess. But a huge thanks to you once again for support. I hope that has addressed that well, and we are on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Kerberos3, and thank you, Kerberos, for that 20 right there. He said, Cobb woke up that morning, waiting about 3 hours to get gas, and decided peace was not an option, and one from the chat, please.
Man, that cop said this Glock rated E like for everyone. Man, it's like I'd never seen a cop beefing with some guy at the gas station before. I don't even understand what that was about after I found out it was a cop. It's like, is the cop trying to get gas, or like is the cop just here trying to intermediary the situation as like a third party? It's like, I don't know, but that was a crazy ordeal right there. I've never seen anything like that. But a humongous thanks to you so much once again for the support and help this channel to keep running. And we will make sure to take one from the live chat. So Matthew, what do we got?
And the one from the live chat goes to Enforcer Crow, who said, could Russia use Crimea as the false flag?
It would be hard. It would be hard because for Russia to be attacked and then they go, oh, NATO attacked us, they have to make it seem plausible that NATO would attack them. And the only way that NATO could attack Crimea is via a missile. Because everything else would be out of range. It's several hundred miles away from the nearest NATO state, which is Romania. So that false flag would be pretty hard to conduct and make plausible that NATO fired a singular cruise missile at us from Romania and didn't do anything else. Like, that would be a really hard one to pull off. On the other hand, if you say, oh, look, they just attacked us here, like a border guard group, and they just wiped out a platoon of border guards near Latvia. That's very convincing, like much more convincing of a story than, like, at least as far as the Russians would be concerned, than something happening in Crimea in any practical sense to kick off a war. So I would say a false flag would mostly be conducted more so near the Baltics or along a border region, maybe in Kaliningrad, than we would see near Crimea, because the stories coming from the north near the Baltics would be a lot more plausible in explaining them and making them sound slightly convincing than NATO fired one cruise missile at us, and then they didn't do anything further than that. And also, NATO's a defensive alliance as well, so you have to kind of word it to where NATO could, where you could say that NATO did something that would seem like it was very close to its borders to where they might be able to claim this defense. Like you could say they did it and they said it was defensive, or they're completely denying it, but they really attacked us under the claim that it was self-defense, and so we're going at them. And that would be a little bit more convincing in the larger framework. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have another support from RCH Technologies, who puts in a 10. And thank you, good sir, for the second support.
Hey!
He said, today I put $100 of fuel in my diesel 1 ton and had an awesome lunch at Genghis Grill and worked on models and took a nap. And life is good in the old USA and no way at the fuel line.
I would have to say, life is pretty good. Things are a little pricey these days, but I still say I have a good time, you know? I sit there and work on my Frisco boxcar. I sit there and work on my Missouri Pacific boxcar. I work on my my Cinebeam lumber car, my lumber flat car. Still waiting to work on that one, actually. I gotta wait for some brushes and certain kinds of paints to show up. But beyond that, though, it is a pretty good time, I'd have to say. And also $100 of fuel and your diesel 1 ton. Whew. Man, that's expensive. And Genghis Grill, is that like Mongolian? I think I've heard of that before. Genghis Grill. Oh, there's one here on State Street. What kind of food? Oh, they have good food, actually. It's like Panda Express kind of bowls, but Mongolian. That's pretty cool. I'll have to check that out. But a big thanks to you so much once again for support, ROCH Technologies. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Kerberos 3, who puts in a 10 and said, do you think there will be a civil unrest and anarchy self-inflicted stat of civilians due to the 41-day mandate continuing? And seems like it would be a legitimate factor for Russia.
I would say there is definitely a risk at this point of protests turning into some sort of a civil revolt inside of Russia. It's just that it hasn't really coalesced into a state where we could say that's definitely happening. It's a risk that could start to form and that could start to happen, but we haven't really seen anything that gives a clear indicator that it's a near certainty yet. Maybe at the end of this 40-day attack campaign, which I think has a couple of more weeks left, we might see that it's very close to happening, but so far the tensions are very high amongst the Russian citizens, but we haven't really seen them send that frustrations towards the government yet in any public demonstrations or anything along those lines yet that would make us think that some sort of a coup or an uprising against the government is likely at the moment. So I hope that does address that the best I can, and a big thanks to you once again for support. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Flamingo, who said, what if Sevastapol hit a NATO city on Ukraine's border and say it's because of Ukraine's electronic warfare? And do you think NATO would swallow it?
I don't think they'd swallow it. I think they'd chew on it. But all jokes aside, though, all corny jokes aside, I would say, I'm trying to think about that here. What would they do? If it killed people, they would probably respond. If it ended up just wounding people like in Romania, they might ignore it, because Romania largely ignored the situation, and it also heavily depends on the NATO state they conduct that against. If it was against Poland, they might not ignore that at all. They might actually try and respond on their own and also get NATO to respond with them. If it's a Baltic state, they might end up ignoring that. So it really depends on the target, and it also depends on whether people get wounded or killed. If they're just wounded, they probably won't respond. If it's the Baltic states, they probably won't respond. If people are killed, most everyone's going to respond. So I hope that does address it the best I can with all possible avenues explained. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from RCH Technologies yet again. And he said, Walther's mainline HO scale 250 at 60-foot TDX box card is ordered. I'll be in touch. I'll present to the LSA.
Oh, you didn't have to. You didn't have to, RCH. That's really cool. Thank you for that, though. A 250-foot, 250 at 60 foot, and not a 250-foot 60th anniversary. But beyond that, I got to thank you for that. That's very kind of you, RCH Technologies. Very kind of you indeed. And Walter's mainline's not that bad. Like, I think Walter's mainline's pretty decent. Whenever, like, I have to say, though, my brand that I swear by, and I think you do as well because you have it as your profile picture, is Scale Trains. I love Scale Trains. I will live on the hill that Scale Trains is probably the coolest brand out there. I really like a lot of what they do. Although I will say that there are some really cool companies out there too, like Walters. Walters makes some really good stuff. I got a lot of Walters rolling stock actually because it's very very good quality for what it is. And also Athearn is another big one that I really like a whole deal as well. So it's like Scale Trains, Athearn, and Walters for me. That's usually like my mix of stuff that I have. But anyways, a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well, and a big thanks to you. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have another 2 from RCH, and he said the U.S. did good with the Russians on the space station.
Actually, they kind of did, like on the MER and the ISS, but generally the scientific groups, they do a lot better with each other than most everything else, because the folks who are into science, they're more so looking for cooperation to further scientific advancements in the name of humanity, more so than any sort of a national ambition, and usually astronauts fall under that category of scientists, and so fortunately they did do quite well with the docking of the Soyuz and the Apollo in orbit, and then the ISS and so on. So I would agree with that. Yeah, that's actually pretty true. But a big thanks to you so much once again for support. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from my trucking travels, and thank you, good sir, as well for that $10 support. He said, what will it take for an uprising to occur in Russia like it did the end of the Soviet Union in 1991? And I don't understand what the hell they're waiting for in LLT, LSA.
It's going to take a pretty severe economic collapse. That hasn't really happened just yet. Like they're in the process of being on the verge of a serious economic collapse. And right now, what we could describe them to be is in a severe recession, borderline depression sort of an incident. But what we need to see is a complete collapse of the system. In the Soviet Union, it was the complete collapse of the economic system that had been stagnating for decades that then led to the end of the Soviet Union. And that's really what we would need to see. We would need to see that most food has ceased to exist, most fuel has ceased to exist, most normal facets of life, the government has even ceased to operate for the most part. And also the homeless are crowding the streets because there's really no hope left. If we start to see something like that, then we might see that there might be a collapse even from within the Russian government that doesn't even require the people to get that involved, maybe. But a big thanks to you for support, my Truck and Travels. I hope that does address that well. And we have a lot of ingredients for that sort of a thing to happen right now. It's just that they haven't accumulated to the volume needed yet in every single instance for it to be kicked forward into action. Just yet, at least. It's getting there very quickly, though. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from DWRB, and thank you, good sir, for the $5 support. He said that he is no joke. I had a dizzy fainting spell while shifting trains around in the yard today at work and got medically checked out, and it's all good. And it really is no joke. Like, people don't really understand that until they actually get outside. Like, when we were younger, we did a lot of outside work in very hot Alabama heat, basically every weekend, it felt like. And a lot of times it was for hours straight in 100-degree heat with high humidity and barely any breaks at all. So we're very familiar with the heat, definitely so. And had a couple of little heat incidences from time to time too that were pretty rough. So I understand where you're coming from. But Enforcer, what say you?
Yeah, I would have to say the heat is rough. I'm happy to hear that you're all right, though. But yeah, I gotta say, I mean, you gotta make sure, like, especially since y'all are out there on the rails, and sometimes a lot of especially if you're on a switching job, I would assume that the engine's older and it probably doesn't have any AC units, and even if on the ones that have AC units, I hear that most of the time they don't work. But make sure, like, for your own health, that you get a cooler. If y'all didn't have one yet, pack that thing up with ice. I mean, honestly, I would say, like, pack the ice up in the little Ziploc bags, and then throw some water bottles in there as well, so that way you can take out the Ziploc bags with ice, kind of use it like an ice pack, like a literal ice pack, and press it on your forehead and whatnot to keep cool. Because I mean, the weather out here these days, especially right now, it's so hot it would kill most people if they stay out there in those kinds of conditions. And folks like you that are out there basically in the hot box, which is the cab, or just standing out there on the handrails and whatnot, or more so the footsteps. I mean, that's extremely hot work. I mean, especially considering that y'all are out there basically all day. But I got to say, a big thanks to your support. Make sure to stay well hydrated and try and stay cool any way you can. But in the railroading world, that'd be pretty tough, though. I can't really think of most cases where it's like, yeah, you can get in the shade, where it's not a steel box attached to a switcher engine or something else that's even hotter inside probably than it is outside. But a big thanks to you nonetheless, once again, for support. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have here a $50 super chat from CareBros3, and thank you, CareBros, for the 50. And we do appreciate generous support. He said, not sure what average train models materials are made of. If plastic, I would recommend trying Games Workshop, contrast paint in detail areas. I play and paint miniatures, and contrast paint in details can combine 2 steps. And what's your weathering technique?
Oh, that's really cool. That's really cool. A Warhammer kind of a fellow right there. And I gotta say, I actually have a couple of friends. My best friend actually is big into Warhammer. Let's see here. Let's see. Games Workshop. I would assume that you're a Warhammer person, because Games Workshop is the guy, or the guys who do that. I think my best friend, he's a big one into the Blood Angels, if I remember correctly, and then another one's big into.
Yeah, sound like a gang. Sound like a gang.
Well, I mean, like they have some interesting names in that for like
my best friend is a big fan of the Crips.
Man, he's a big fan of the Crypt fists, man, or something like that. Like, man, that might be a new chapter in the Space Marines. But in the Warhammer thing, they have this group called the Space Marines, which I think is one of the most like fleshed out groups in Warhammer. And they have a whole bunch of different legions is what they call them. And one of them is called the Blood Angels, and then there's I think the Iron Fists and the Ultramarines, and then they have a load of them. I mean, they have dozens of them. I can't remember them all. My personal favorite is either the Black Templars or the Salamanders. If I had to pick one, I'd probably go with the Salamanders, because I like how although it's Warhammer, they're like more than willing to help people, and they're not totally into the whole grimdark thing that they do in Warhammer, where you run up on like a family and they're tainted with chaos, so you got to mow them down or something like that, because that's basically Warhammer. And I like that the salamanders are a lot more caring and kind. They're cool to me. But anyways, beyond that though, I would say that yes, all model trains are generally made out of plastic. And to show you this, I'm going to take you to my favorite website. I go over here and I just look around because I'm like, wow, look at them. And so I'll show you a waffle-sided boxcar. This is what the normal one looks like, and I got a couple of these. And there's a million of these out there on the railroad. Basically, every boxcar is this one, but. Anyways, they're all made of plastic, and all of the model details, sometimes they're etched metal, like these little not foot plates, I don't know what those are. They're near to the handbrakes on both sides, but they're right above the coupler box, where the coupler rests inside of. But it's all made of plastic. So you can use a myriad of weathering techniques. You can use like pastels, you can use weathering pigments, you can use washes. Of course, you have to use washes to accentuate the details. But how I do it right now is that I have a dull coat lacquer, which I need to change out for a gloss, but I spray the whole thing down with the lacquer, and then I go over it with the ink wash, and I cover it with it, and then I use a napkin to streak it downwards like it's rain, coating the train with the grime that's carried with the water. And then after that, I go through and kind of detail it a little bit more. I darken some areas and then leave some areas lighter to add more sort of detail. And then I put weathering pigments onto the bottom. Very simple process. I'm trying to make that a little bit more advanced and also get into a lot more detail. So that way I can get beyond, which, let me see here if I can scroll up to show the picture. So that way I can get beyond making the boxcars look like this one, which the Southern Pacific one is my favorite. It looks the best in my opinion so far. I like my L&N ones. They're cool, but I feel like I could do with some improvement in this regard of making them look even more realistic and more accurate. So that's what I'm trying to work on right now. But that's to answer your question, Kerbros. And so a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And I will definitely have to look into those paints that you're talking about from Games Workshop. But with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $5 super chat from Flamingo, who said, do you think that Russia should dissolve into several smaller states? And do you think we should take their nukes like Ukraine's if there is an opportunity?
I'm a big fan of denuclearization, and I think that we should be looking to minimize the nuclear arsenals held by most nations around the world. The problem is, though, is that once a country has nuclear weapons, it's almost impossible to get rid of them, except for South Africa, which is the only scenario where a country voluntarily denuclearized. Russia will most likely never give up their nuclear weapons. We might be able to get rid of a lot of them when they go into this next economic collapse and they come out of it on the tail end, not being able to maintain or upkeep their nuclear weapons. We could step in and tell them, we will pay out of our own pocket to take those nuclear weapons and dismantle them. All you have to do is agree. And they will most likely agree. That's what they did at the end of the Cold War in the early 90s. And we might be able to go in and cut down their nuclear arsenal maybe by a couple of more thousand warheads, maybe, if we're lucky. But the unfortunate reality is that we'll probably never get rid of all of them. So we'll just have to kind of live with that reality. As far as balkanizing Russia, I don't really think there's a way to balkanize them in most cases. Now, some of the Caucasus regions, like the Chechens, the Dagestanis, and the others, the Circassians and whatnot, they could be turned into separate little nations and republics in that area. But I'm not really a big fan of chopping up a country unless if it's naturally chopping itself up. If we had any influence on a new Russian government, I would make sure that there is a pretty decent grounds in their constitution for states or oblasts to secede from Russia, and largely Russia wouldn't be able to go to war with them to reunify them with the rest of the Russian Federation or whatever new government comes into being after the fact. That's how I would really try and address it, at least as far as I look at it. But big thanks to you for support. I hope that has addressed that well, and we're on the next one.
We also have another 5 from none other than RCH Technologies. I'm trying to scroll back up to it. And thank you very much, RCH. He said, better be careful. You could make a whole show out of modeling and trains. We're a big group. I do bolt action World War II and 148 scale.
Oh, you don't do Warhammer. Okay, good. Like I was like Warhammer's not bad. It's just that I wish that there was more out there than Warhammer, because everyone I've always talked to, they're always like, oh, I model minifigures. I'm like, really? What do you do? Warhammer. It's like, oh, okay. It's like, well, what do you do? Space Marines. Oh, okay. It's like, well, what Space Marines do you do? And then you finally get into some things that are kind of different, but like there's only a few mainstream ones, and then the rest are basically forgotten. But that is really cool to do. And I would love to do a side channel about modeling and everything. But right now I'm trying to get to where I can weather enough or weather good enough on my model trains and whatnot that it would actually be worth watching. Because if you all watch me right now, it's me putting a wash on them, and then I'm going, is that too much? Is that too little? And then I do that for like an hour and a half, and then once I get done with that, I'm like, okay, let me just sprinkle some pigments, some MIG pigments on the bottom of this thing, and I'll call it a day. And that's my whole weathering technique at this point. It needs to improve a lot. I need to get to where I can get the airbrush out, color up the axles and make them grind up, and the wheels, and make it look like a complete set, like a legitimately professional weathered one. Matthew gave me a great compliment off air when I sent him the picture of my weathered rail cars like a week ago. He's like, wow, those look professionally done. And that was a great compliment. But I'm a stickler, and everything I do, it's never good enough. Like in my head, and I look at those boxcars and I'm like, they could be way better. There's a million things I could have done that would be an improvement. So I got to keep improving, and the improvement is the airbrush. In the airbrush I trust, the airbrush will bring about change. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, it's time for us finally to get into some live chats. What do we got, Matthew?
All right, so our Morse coded cutters tonight were Paul, Kevin, Mason, Joni, Norm, Arabelle, Her Royal Fluffiness, Kush, Commentary, Sire, and Brian. And they said the Morse code says Ukraine is taking Russia out to the cleaners. I call them a laundromat because they are getting washed. LLT LSA.
And that's the sound of money. I'll get that dead on the nail. That's the Morse code message of the night. I've got to tell you, that's incredible. And I got to congratulate y'all in the Least Experience Corps once again, because y'all get the correct time and time again. And it's an unbelievable, incredible thing to know that so many people in the Least Experience Corps are always getting that correct. And so I hope that does address that well. And also, I've seen enough people say it. Apparently, a lot of people are talking about this whole weathering thing in the chat. They're like, well, what would you want to do? Well, I'll show y'all what I want to do. I'll show you. Let me go to this YouTube
Also,
video.
can we make this somewhat a little bit fast, because we need to get some live chat questions?
Yeah, sure. We'll make it fast. Sure. I just want to show this picture from this YouTube video. That's what I want to be able to do. Graffiti, little rust marks, make it look beat to hell. I want to do that to a lot of them, and I need to get to where I can do that. So that is the answer to the question, well, what do you really want to do? It's this. That's the exact vision I have in my mind. So with that, it is time for us to move on to the next one.
All right, so moving into our live chat questions, this one goes to Gregory, who said, is mainland Russia any better off than Crimea? And not really. I mean, it is by a little bit, because they don't have the logistics, like transport bottleneck that Crimea is having right now. But mainland Russia is having a supply issue. Their food supply is going down. Also, the gasoline supply is going down. So really, it's just a trade-off. Crimea has a logistics issue, and mainland Russia has a supply issue. But ultimately, though, it's causing shortages of pretty much everything. So I would say it's pretty close, but I would say Crimea is still worse off. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that they're a little bit better off, because in Crimea, the gas is costing like $14 a gallon. In mainland Russia, I think it's costing like 5 to 7 right now. So it's bad in most places, and there's also food shortages and everything else, but it's not to the degree that Crimea is at. So at this point, it's basically everybody's bad off. There's food shortages, fuel shortages. There isn't electrical shortages in mainland Russia from what we've heard yet. But there's most every other shortage that exists in Crimea. It's just not yet to the scale or scope that it is inside of Crimea. So the answer to that, in my opinion, would be not quite, but they're definitely getting there. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next live chat question goes to none other than Jay, who said, are civilian vehicles that were lined up to cross the Kerch Bridge able to get out at certain times of the day?
They're able to get out 24 hours, 7 days a week, as long as the bridge is open and there isn't an ongoing attack. The problem is the bottleneck that exists is that they have to drive into this checkpoint that exists right here, this vehicle inspection checkpoint, and the trucks do as well. And the Russians have to spend, by hand, about 3 hours to 5 hours on each car, basically picking the whole thing apart and almost putting it back together to make sure there isn't a bomb on it before it can cross. And that's why we see the 15, 17 mile long basically traffic jam that exists in every lane heading to that checkpoint is that it takes so excessively long, and they only have so many personnel to check so many cars, and so many people are trying to leave. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And man, look at man, any RC model jets in the chat, man. I'll say this. I'll say this about model jets: they're super cool, but the fact that they only fly at the 3 to 5 minutes on a battery charge is kind of like a little
It's
bit
not
of
like that anymore. I don't think that the battery technology has come along since the last time we looked at it. I saw some kid because I actually got out and drove out the other day in the morning to go try to film those F-35s flying over, and the F-35s were disappointing because they didn't actually fly over the places they said they're going to fly. I was disappointed pretty much the whole city. Everybody was kind of mad about that. They didn't get to see them. I didn't get to see them either. I was going to film them and show them to y'all here on the stream, but they never flew near me at all. But I said while I was out there though, I saw a kid flying a model F-35. Apparently, he was out there to go see him too, and he was flying around this F-35. He was flying this thing fast as hell. He's like zipping that thing around the park like it was a freaking like a real jet. I was like, dang. It also sounded like one too. I was getting more of a kick out of watching this kid fly this F-35 around than the real ones that never flew over. But I was impressed by he flew it for like a good 20 minutes straight and then landed it. So I guess that's as long as the battery lasted.
man, I don't like the RC plane world, man, because with a model train, if you derail it, it just pops off the tracking and just put it back on. With an RC jet, if you crash it, you just lost several $100s probably because the airframe's probably been destroyed. That's what I don't like about that hobby is that if you mess up there, it costs tons of money. If you mess up in like the model railroading world or the RC car world, it really doesn't cost anything. You just, flip it back over or plop it back on the track and it's fine.
And I mean, personally, I'm intrigued by the jets. I just can't bring myself to like spend that kind of money on it because they're actually very expensive now. Like they're like, I think the F-35 that kid was flying around. I looked it up. It was like $700 for the plane. Then you had to get a controller to like go with it. It's like another 300 or something. And I'm not sure if you had to have a special FCC license to do that. I'm not really sure what the whole deal with the frequencies are with that type of deal. But it was pretty cool though. Outside of that, I thought it was pretty neat.
Oh my god, dude, these things are like expensive now. I mean, dang. Dude, I'm looking at them right now. These things are unbelievably expensive. It's like, my god, yeah, like a cheap, like this is cheap, mind you, for this category. F-16 is $400 for a styrofoam bodied turbofan F-16. I mean, dude, back in the day, I remember you could get them like the most expensive ones were like $300. Now, like the cheapest ones, like 400.
Also, Steve just said, "Rich kid." I honestly like the parents around like Salt Lake City in the Utah area. They are huge into buying their kids like expensive stuff. I'm just blown away by what these kids have around here. Like, and they'll be like in look like middle school or high school. These kids will look like they're buying them like these electric Suron, like basically electric motorcycles, essentially. Which I don't know. I think those cost like $6,000 to $10,000 a piece. That's pretty crazy. They also like got buy them the RC like hobby stuff like crazy. The jets, the helicopters, all this stuff like that. Also like pretty decent cars, like appears to be starter cars for these kids too. I'm just kind of surprised. Like they really like spoil their kids out here in Utah quite a lot, more than I've ever seen in my life.
Man, that does look pretty cool though.
It does look pretty neat. That one's 339 right there. That's a PNP though, which I think is the more like difficult one. I think you got to assemble that, then buy a controller for it and all kinds of other stuff.
I don't think the assembly's too hard though. I mean, like it can't be that hard. I bet you just plop the wings in, all that stuff. Like it's not like a model kit, I'm sure. It's a styrofoam body, so I guess I would suppose it has to be preformed before they send it to you. Um, but very, very interesting. Oh my God, there's
They
one for
have they have
nine
one
grand.
They have one that's like the Airbus A320 Neo. I saw that one. I was pretty impressed by it. It's like a little model one. I think that it's that main company, Horizon Hobby, I think makes it or something. They make pretty, yeah, that's it right there. It was pretty cool. I watched a video of this thing flying around. So that's pretty neat right there. I never knew they had like an Airbus model like that.
I actually saw one of those in a local hobby shop when we first moved out here, and I was looking for like the model train stores, like to figure out where I could find some weathering stuff. I actually saw one of those in one around here in the city. It was kind of neat. Huge box, like massive box, and that thing is huge too. You can also get them unpainted. Did you know that? Like you can actually like buy decal kits or decal kits to put
Damn.
whatever airline livery you want on them.
Yeah, it's crazy. Also, that was massive. That dude was holding that thing. It was like as big as he was. If that thing crashes, it's like an actual like small plane crashing into your place.
Bro, you crash that thing, the NTSB literally shows up. What happened here? Like, man, it's like, I like, man, like, imagine if that thing crashed, like, near a person and it bounced out off the ground or something. That thing could do some damage.
Yeah, it really could. It's
What's the
kind of
weight on this
concerning.
thing? Oh, dude, look, they got, like, a little tow truck for the thing in this, like, ad. I kind of want to watch that ad, but I bet we probably can't. But, what in the world are the dimensions on this thing? Like, let's see. Specs. Okay, so we want to look for. Okay, so the wingspan is 60 inches. Damn, and it's 62 inches long. So this thing is like 5 feet long by 5 feet wide. That thing is huge. How much does it weigh?
Honestly, I guess for the month, I mean, if you're willing to spend that much money on the plane, I guess it would be worth it. I mean, for the size of it, I mean, that's pretty large right there.
3,685 grams to pounds. So, oh, so actually this thing isn't too heavy. I mean, it only weighs 8.1 pounds. So it's not extremely heavy. Man, honestly, man, looking at that thing in that guy's hands, I was like, damn, that thing, like, if that thing hits someone, it's going to take him out. But it's 8 pounds, so it's not extremely heavy. I guess most of it's, well, clearly all of it's hollow. Like, I don't know why in the world I think any of it would be solid, because then it probably wouldn't be able to fly. But that is still really cool, though. I mean, that would be a neat one to get, man. You get like the unpainted one and get a decal kit to turn it into like a Delta Airlines or an American Airlines, or you can whip out the airbrush and you could spray paint the whole fuselage yellow and slap a spirit on
Yeah.
there for the long forgotten.
You'll have to give it some thought.
Yeah, it definitely will. Yeah, that'd be cool. But with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one goes to CareBros3, who puts in a 10. And thank you, CareBros, for that support yet again. They said, Enforcer Matt retrofit a drone to look like a jet. Honestly, like I'm not really good with that type of stuff, like the whole hobby like industry. Also, I'm too impatient, like for just to be straight up honest. I've tried doing that before. I've even tried assembling like a couple of models. I still haven't finished Andrew's Lego Concorde that he got me for Christmas. I've been passing by it every day, thinking I gotta finish that thing. Like at this point, it's stressing me every time I look at it. It's like driving me up the wall. Thinking I gotta assemble it. Then I run off and try to forget about it, and then I see it again. I'm trying to assemble it again. So I can't even assemble the Lego kit. Like I'm just too impatient and too busy. But Enforcer, what say you?
Man, I still think about that to this day. Like, I just want to see what it looks like when it's done. He still hasn't gotten it done. It's sad, really. It's sad. At least to me, it's sad. It's a tragedy. But beyond that, though, it's an idea for him. But I just don't think he's up to it. Maybe, you know, sadly. I like modeling, though. I think it's cool. But anyways, with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from DWRB. He said, did either of you catch any of the mini flyovers this weekend? And the clips of the B-1 in full afterburner at night over DC was very cool. And sadly, no. Sadly, we didn't catch any of the flyovers. Like, they didn't really fly the path they were supposed to fly, and it disappointed a hell of a lot of people in Salt Lake City, including myself. I was waiting out there for it, and nothing ever happened. I checked Flight Radar, and I was like, where the hell are they? It turned out they were also apparently early, too, from the looks of it. So apparently the military really can't keep a schedule that well, at least right now. Maybe it was just a mistake or something. But, Enforcer, what say you?
I saw a couple of them, but I saw them as clips on Instagram. I didn't watch the 4th of July broadcast from Washington, D.C. I was modeling a rail car. Because I was like, man, what a 4th of July. Like, you know, sitting down there, like, putting ink on the side of a bus car. But I didn't really see the flyover, but I did see some clips of it afterwards, and it was really cool. I will say that was pretty neat. The fireworks show in Washington, though, I'm going to kind of be a little bit honest. It was basically like watching a giant glowing fireball in the air for like a couple of minutes because there were so many fireworks. And I was like, you know, that's pretty neat in a way, but it's just like looking at the sun, really, you know, in the night. Like, let me see. Washington, D.C. fireworks show. Let me see if I can pull up a picture of this thing. At least the part that I saw. Let's see here. Dang, let's see here. I think it was kind of like around this time or somewhere around. Oh, I can't find it. But it turned into a giant fireball looking thing, and I was like, artistic abilities there in that fireworks show kind of ceased once it got closer to the finale. But anyways, with that, I hope that has addressed that well. A big thanks to you for support, and we're on the next one.
We also have here a live chat question from Scout, who said, how do you do a naval exercise with China if you don't have a navy?
While they do, like, they don't have the Black Sea Fleet really anymore, hardly any of it exists, but they do have the rest of their navy. They have the Baltic Fleet, the Arctic Fleet, and also the Far East Fleet, or the Pacific Fleet, as it's called, out of Vladivostok. And the one that's in Vladivostok, the Far East Fleet, is the one that they're conducting the Chinese naval exercises with. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Ulf Hednar, who said, how long do you think Putin will remain in power after the economy collapses? And how long for the war to end after an economic collapse?
It really relies on a lot of factors, and unfortunately, you'd kind of be rabbit holing to say precisely it's going to be this long. So I don't want to like. Well, crystal balling more so is the right word. I don't really want to crystal ball it and say it's going to be exactly this amount of time. But Putin will probably stay in power for some time after an economic collapse. But the economic collapse forcing in a war would probably come within months after the economy completely collapsed in Russia. Because when the economy collapses, it's not like the magic movie moment where like the witch is dead, it's all good now, and the rainbows appear. They'd still be able to keep going on for a little bit longer, but it wouldn't be that much longer because there just wouldn't be any economic ability to keep the war going infinitely from there. So I hope that does address that the best I can without getting into any sorts of crystal balls and trying to predict it as accurately as I can, which would be largely, unfortunately, impossible. But with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one goes to Gabriel, who said, not to speculate, but is it just me or does Putin look ill? He literally looks like someone who is so stressed they just stop eating or also has no food. He's got food. He's definitely got some food for sure. He has a lot of money at his disposal, so he's not short of anything. To me, my impression of him is that he knows the war is not going good. He's getting desperate, and he wants to go an extra mile and attack NATO or something like that, but he knows what that's probably going to bring on his regime, which is probably not very good. So he's facing a dilemma. He's not experiencing grief, if people are wondering that. I really doubt he's experiencing grief. He's not experiencing remorse. It's more about he's upset that he hasn't been able to crush Ukraine, and he wants to take it a step further, but he knows what the consequences are going to be. But Enforcer, what say you?
That's what I would think as well. I would think that he's probably looking like that because he realizes the situation's dire, but he's not, well, he's probably ill. We've heard rumors that he has cancer, but we're not exactly sure how true that is. Like, I kind of hope that he does, but like, for the implication that maybe he won't force us into a world war and a nuclear confrontation, if he just ends up dying off sooner rather than later. But I think he's more so just looking like this because he's kind of realizing how effed he is in any avenue that they go down. I mean, most of them are probably going to end up in him living in exile for the remainder of his life, however long is left, or getting killed by the new Russian government, or getting killed by NATO. I mean, a lot of the options that he has ahead of them, no matter what path he picks, are excruciatingly grim for someone like him. And considering that he's probably a psychopath, and the whole world basically exists for him, and knowing that no matter how he tries to gear it at this point, he's kind of in the losing lane no matter what. It's probably like grating on him significantly daily, and that's probably why he looks like that at this point. But big thanks to you for an interesting question, and with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a question from Maurice Sparks, who said, how's the world watching Russia bomb civilian buildings and not call them out on it and not hold them accountable for the obvious crimes? Mainly, that's because there's really nobody out there that has the balls to do it. Europe calls them out like they do, and they provide a lot of aid. But I think you're referring to mainly why is the United States not doing something? Because that's the notable absent country right now. Is the United States is largely silent about what Russia's doing. And that's because the way the U.S. leadership views the situation is Russia is the bigger country, so therefore might makes right, and Russia is going to be in the right. Ukraine, in the U.S. view, Ukraine shouldn't have, quote unquote, picked a fight with somebody bigger than themselves. Even if the fight was righteous and justified, they take the position that the larger person automatically gets the win, which is a very odd position to take, because that you might notice that's not really a position of justice. That's a position of, if you can bully somebody hard enough, you can get away with whatever you want. That says not very good things about people that think that, by the way. So they're not saying something because basically they like Vladimir Putin, and they feel like Zelensky is like an underling, and they can disrespect him. But Enforcer, what say you?
Well, I would say that does apply to some sense with Russia, but I'd also have to ask the question: why in the world does nobody do anything about the 40,000 Iranians that were killed in early January by the Islamic regime? And why in the world does nobody do anything against Jelani as he massacres Syrians left and right inside of Syria through his interim government's armed forces? And why in the world does nobody do anything to China with what they're doing to the Uyghurs in Western China? Or any of the other calamities that exist in the world, like the atrocities in the Burmese Civil War and elsewhere, or the Sudanese Civil War, where millions of people have been killed. And the reality of it is that most people just don't care. And depending on the country, they just don't give a damn. Like a lot of people in Europe, they don't really care a whole lot about what's going on in Iran. So when Iran killed 40,000 people, most people's response in Europe was whatever, because they don't really have a lot of interest down there. And for example, with China, why in the world does nobody care about what China is doing in the West in Xinjiang? It's because a lot of people rely on Chinese goods. If you upset that wagon, you might not be able to get those goods. There might be a trade war that follows, or worse, and they don't want to mess up that wagon over millions of people possibly being exterminated inside of a country, or 40,000 people getting killed in Iran, or the millions that are dying in Sudan just from the pure humanity side of things. It's that some countries either don't have the gumption to deal with it, or the balls to deal with it, or they just don't care. And that's unfortunately
Yeah.
the reality of the world in most places.
But your friends say a lot about a person, like the type of friends a person picks. It says a lot about, and it reflects back on the person picking those friends quite often. The United States right now, you might notice, the United States is trying to chum up with China, is trying to chum up with Russia, is trying to chum up with countries that have dictators in it, like for example in South America. It's trying to chum up with people that are not representing diplomatic and democratic values. They're chumming up with people that are generally authoritarian to a large degree, and they're pissing on the people that are actually democratic, who we should be friends with. So I just think there's a fundamental misalignment with the values of the leadership right now, with what the U.S. actually represents. And until that mindset changes, then I'm not sure if Ukraine or Europe or anybody's going to be treated right until that mindset changes.
I would agree with that, but also to say this is like a broader historical perspective, nobody's ever really cared that much, sadly. And like I have to say that it's a very sad thing, but let me give you all a ton of other examples. When Japan was going through genociding the Chinese people before the Second World War started with us, did we care in America? Not really. We embargoed them eventually after years of Japanese massacres on the Chinese mainland, but initially we just kind of looked at it and went, oh, that's a shame. And we kept trading with them for years, for about 4 years before we gave them the embargo. Whenever there was, say, let's see, the concentration camps that the British set up against the Boers in the Boer Wars in the early 1900s, did anybody really care? Not really. When Hitler was setting up his concentration camps in the earlier part of World War II, or even before we got involved in the United States, did we know? Yes, and anyone who tells you that we didn't know, they're lying to you, because you can see in the movie Casablanca, made in 1941, that there was a reference to the concentration camps in the movie. We already knew about them well in advance and what was going on there. Did we care enough to do anything about it, though, until we got involved in the Second World War? No, it was just something we knew about, and it was not that big of a deal. We knew about Stalin's gulags. Nobody really stood up to him and the death of 11 million Soviets that were done in his hands in the gulags, even more than the Holocaust. Did France and Britain care about slavery in the southern United States when they were getting their cotton from the 1800s to the 1860s? No. Britain and France had outlawed slavery in the 1790s, and were in fact patrolling their navies around the world to intercept slave traders, stop them, and also release their slaves, hopefully back to where they came from in Western Africa. But still, even with that kind of a moral principle and that kind of a moral compass in one regard, France and Britain would happily buy southern cotton from the U.S. Southeast that was produced at the hands of slave labor, and so on and so forth. And it goes on throughout most of history. And a lot of people always look back in the modern day with this view that we're far more enlightened and we're far more compassionate and we're far more thoughtful than our ancestors. And we go, how in the world could they watch the Holocaust happen? And how in the world could they watch the gulags happen? And how in the world could slavery persist? And nobody really cared to step in and do something. And they don't even know that they're casting stones at their own glass house of why in the world do we let China and Iran and Russia and everyone else that conducts atrocities today get away with what they're doing? And it's for the exact same reasons that people had back then. It's that either nobody cares or nobody wants to stand up to it, or they're too scared to stand up to it, or it's a combination of all three. So I hope that does address that well, but if a lesson could be said out of that whole historic retrospective of that kind of a situation, it's that you should always think about how people are going to be looking at you in the future and how you would look at yourself in the here and the now, and whether your actions are justifiable or whether you're living life to your values. And that's an important thing to remember, is that people will judge you well on into the future, 80 years from now, on the very same faults and the very same vices that you had. And if you don't like that, and if you don't like what our ancestors did or what other people did around the world, and you thought that was wrong, that they looked the other way or they turned the other cheek, then you ought to think about your own position in the modern day on those very same situations we see right now and what position you should take against them. But with that, we're on the next one.
Also, by the way, I asked an interesting poll question here. Very fascinating result, actually. It's kind of unexpected. But the question said, do you believe it takes a narcissistic personality to reach top leadership positions in America? And that's not referring to just politics. That's referring to anything. Like, for example, in the corporate world, top leadership positions, in the government, those positions as well. Do you think that it's required as a prerequisite to reach a top leadership position in America? 58% said yes, and 42% said no. It's kind of surprising. I thought it was going to be one way or the other pretty strongly, but it's almost split to a large degree. I would say that you don't have to be a full-blown narcissist to reach those positions, but you have to have narcissistic tendencies to reach those positions, meaning you have to have some characteristics of it. Because, everybody, the word narcissist, it's gotten a new connotation to it. Usually when people say that person's a narcissist, they're usually referring to somebody who's malignant, meaning they're toxic, there's another way to put it, or they're hostile toward other people. But a narcissist doesn't always have to be that way. They can be a narcissist type person that's not necessarily toxic, but they need a whole bunch of self-assurance and they need a whole bunch of basically feeding off of other people's approval to feel like they're worth something at that point. And they kind of feed off of it, they need it, and they start pushing other people away to get it. And it's not necessarily toxic, like to the point where they're trying to go out and hurt people. But there's a couple different types of narcissists. I would say that in today's world, people are very cruel in today's world. People can be extremely cruel. Like, for example, we've experienced it with the haters on the channel, and we've just kind of gotten used to it. Imagine if you're in politics, though. Half the country is going to almost pretty much guaranteed hate you at that point. So you either have to be extremely confident in your abilities, or you have to have a narcissistic personality, one or the other, or otherwise you're simply not going to survive the political process. It's just a fact. So I would say, and if anybody ever has any experience with like dealing with the general public in a large sense, you'll understand what I'm talking about here. You have to be very resilient to deal with that. Like, you can't just get out there, put your opinions out there, and then get beat down from half the people and get approval from the other half. And most people, that'll tear most people apart, actually, because people just simply can't handle, so many people saying they don't agree, or so many people saying that they're an idiot, etc., like that. You just have to accept that comes with the territory. But usually, it takes a narcissistic personality to get to those levels. I would actually agree with the 62%. But Enforcer, what say you?
If we're speaking about the modern day, I would say, yeah, almost all of them are narcissistic to an extent. And I would say that's not really the true historical trend, though. I would say that there's been a decent amount of U.S. presidents that were not narcissists, and generally were well-rounded people emotionally. But in the modern day, I would say that certainly it leans more so into the category of you have to be a narcissist to be able to get into a government position at any level, whether it be the president, senator, a representative, or even a justice in the Supreme Court. It seems like a lot of them have a lot of narcissistic tendencies, or they are flat-out narcissists. Especially with how you can watch. And I think one of the most important things that you can see these days is the kind of cults of personality that are created around people. And of course, a lot of people know that the current president has an extreme cult of personality around him. But I would also argue, because of our experience on the show under the last administration, that the last administration, while the individual was not working to create a cult of personality, there was certainly an attempt to curate a cult of personality around him that would make it largely very difficult to cast any sort of statements that were negative against him without bringing the ire of many people against you for making the claim, whether it was a
Yeah.
legitimate one or not. So I would say, yeah, it generally these days certainly does lean towards narcissistic people, flat out
Oh
narcissists,
yeah.
get into the position.
And also in politics, especially, I would go a step further. Not only do you really have to have narcissistic tendencies, I would say you have to be generally a sociopath to succeed in politics today, because the environment dictates it. I mean, if you can go into politics, which is a public service position, and start accepting, campaign donations with the sort of indirect understanding that you're going to be pulling favors for those people at the expense of your constituents. I mean, I could say that lacks a lot of empathy, I would say, and also a lot of, goodwill and ethics, and also manipulation and deceit. That's another element of sociopath tendencies. Being impulsive, risk taking, lacking remorse. I would say that's the general profile of the modern politician in America these days. They're basically sociopaths because, I mean, if you get in those positions, you're basically like a puppet. You're on strings at that point. As you have so many donors that donated to you, you're expected to bend to their will, not to the American people's will, because the American people aren't putting money in your pocket. The donors are. So it's anybody that can get in a position like that is supposed to serve the public and generally just say F you to the people and serve their own self-serving interest. I would say they definitely qualify as a sociopath.
Well, I would say a psychopath, because well, some of the
What's the
well,
difference?
well, a sociopath is usually lower IQ and they're very sporadic. A
Huh?
psychopath can have some level of charisma, to make it seem like they're a nice person initially, and then they use you.
I don't know. I don't know if a sociopath has a low IQ, generally speaking. I'm not. Where'd you get that from?
I was actually listening to on not like to give a shout out. I was listening to Lab Bible today, and I was actually listening to a psychiatrist that deals with criminals. And they were and like one of the questions out of the honesty box was, "What's the difference between a psychopath and a sociopath?" And he said, sociopaths are generally more erratic and more low IQ. And generally operate in a way that
Hmm.
makes them very easy to track if they conduct a violent crime. Psychopaths, on the other hand, are usually higher IQ and very charismatic, and therefore they make it
Hmm.
harder to track down their crimes and whatnot. And they're very thorough and methodical and whatnot. And also throw people off with their charm. And I was like, well, like when you were saying that, I was like, I think that's more so of a politician because you do have to have charisma to some extent to be able to make it in politics. And a sociopath might not have that. A psychopath will have that.
So, based on my understanding, but with both sociopath and psychopaths, there's no like generalized like intelligence like median for those two. It can depend. Like you can have a high functioning sociopath or a psychopath, or you could have one that's a stupid sociopath or a stupid psychopath. It just depends on who you're running across. I don't think their intelligence necessarily is dictated by whether or not they have either one of those psychological conditions or not. I think that's a misunderstanding with that. I would say.
Well, I mean, like, I don't know, man. I mean, it came from like a licensed psychiatrist that works in Britain as a witness expert against people who murder folks. So, I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, like, I got the definition from him. Like, I feel like you probably wouldn't be wrong. I mean, he would be considered
I don't
the
know if he knows what he's
industry.
talking about, as I've never heard anybody say that. Even in my psychology class I took in college, I never heard anybody say that.
I mean, man, I like, well, he was a witness expert, man. I mean, like, he goes
There's
to
some idiots
courts.
out there. There's definitely some idiots that have credentials out there. I'm not saying he's an idiot, but I don't know if he's right on that fact.
Let's see, of a psychopath. Let me pull this up really quickly. Let's see here. Oh my God. Click on the pictures that say bus. No. Let's see. Damn, let's see here. Damn, everyone's got to write a whole blog about this deal. They can't just give you the definition. Um, a psychopath is a legitimate medical term. So, sociopath is like a conjured up term that doesn't have a medical definition.
Well, it's actually antisocial personality disorder. When people say a sociopath, they're referring to ASPD. That's mainly what they're referring to usually.
I mean, like, man, I'm just saying, man, like, I'm just working off of what the guy who was the subject matter expert said, and then I also listened to a legit, like, psychopath, medically, like, listed one, talk about themselves, and they're like, this is what a psychopath is, and I was like, oh, that's like a politician, basically. I was like, like that's literally how they act, like how this guy's explaining it. So I mean, I don't know, maybe the psychopath and the registered psychiatrist is wrong. I don't know. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
Wouldn't be the first time that a so-called expert was wrong. But moving on to our next one here, that's one that goes to Kerberos3, who puts in a $50 support. And thank you very much, Kerberos, for the, I believe it's the 4th super chat. And you said, Enforcer Matt, in terms of the poll, in military, you can have real leaders that lead from the front and do not care, or do care about their people. And in terms of, say, government, certain people focused on infrastructure and helping Americans without tribalism. And I would say the military is interesting because I've actually known people that were in the military that were officers and stuff like that, and they seem like they genuinely care about their people, like they really do. But there's also some that could give a damn. Like, it just depends on who you run across. Like, it's just hard to say across the board. Like, if a certain organization has like good or bad people in it, there's always bad eggs. Like, for example, people love to pick on the cops these days. They say, oh, all the cops, they suck. Honestly, I will say this: the cops certainly aren't putting a good name on themselves these days. Mainly, though, it's not because the cops are bad. That's because the bad eggs are so visible and so loud that it puts a bad name on all of them. And, that's why it's so important within these organizations to weed out those bad eggs early, because they will put a bad name on your organization. Like, for example, law enforcement, they'll put a bad name on it if you let them run amok. And also, generally, they're protected, too, because they're all in one big tribe for the most part. So I would say it depends. I would say it depends. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that it's not really that case in the military, like what you're saying. I would agree with that, Kerberos. But I would say the reason why is because the military has a culture that fosters the top leadership, say the generals and whatnot. And also, even really, I would say those that get up towards the level of lieutenant colonel or a colonel. Once you get towards that area, there's a very significant emphasis on the culture of the people that are there, and there's also a very strict hierarchy to ensure that whoever is about to get promoted up into those ranks generally possesses those traits that would be necessary to be a proper commander. One that won't throw lives into like men into a meat grinder, but someone who actually sit back and think it out and care about their people and care about where things are going to be heading, not just for the objective of a mission or a larger campaign, but also how many people are going to be coming back alive. And they are able to weed those people out through their own process in the officer corps and even in the NCO corps to make sure that those kind of people boil up to the top and even get selected to be appointed by the Senate into those positions if they're picked by the president. So I would say, yes, that is generally different for the military. But in other categories, like, say, general politics, like, say, a representative or a senator or the president, a lot of those people in the modern day are very narcissistic. They create the personality cult. Even a good amount of representatives and senators have personality cults around themselves these days, far smaller than the president, but still existent nonetheless. And any
What does
sort
that
of,
say about them?
I don't know, what do you think it says about them?
I was curious about what your take was going to be.
Oh, well, I mean, if you I thought you had some sort of answer you were looking for. You said that like you were looking for something, but like if I was to say, what does it say about them? I'd say it's they're self-serving. I mean, like you can't take those kind of people who have to make an entire hype train around themselves, and it's all about them, and they can never be wrong, and they're always right, and you have to think that, or you're against them. They're not looking out for the interest of their constituents. They're looking out for their own self-interests, and that means that if you keep
But
electing those people in, they're just going to keep screwing you over.
but at what point though? Is politics is a cutthroat business. I will say that. If you express weakness in today's politics, any type of weakness, then whoever is going to be your opponent is going to come after you, and they're going to use that to basically like get you with it. They're going to get you with it bad. I think the problem is though, like if there's an obvious failure and there's no responsibility taken whatsoever, I think the problem is politicians these days try to turn it into like a lifelong career when it wasn't really meant to be that way. So they're so worried about getting reelected that they'll just lie and just cover everything up. So that way they can try to make it a lifelong career. I think that's the problem. Like, there's no responsibility or accountability whatsoever in today's politics because they're trying to make it a career.
But what I'm saying though, like outside of that, is that there are the representatives who are like, I am, I'm me. Let's say I'm the enforcer. I'm a representative. I'm the greatest person on the planet. I make all the good moves. And say I'm like a representative for the state of Utah. So then a law comes up in the Congress, like an act. And inside the act, it says, we're going to drain the Salt Lake and turn it into a giant arsenic pit. So that way we can send the water down to like an alfalfa farm in South Utah. And I go, yep. And I signed that. And I signed it because I have somebody that lobbied for me that runs an alfalfa farm, and they stand to make a whole lot of money, and they're going to put more money into my next re-election campaign. But in signing that law, I'm screwing over millions of people in the Salt Lake area. And then someone comes to me and says, hey, you know, passing that act really is screwing over the people of Salt Lake City and the metro area. And then I go, you are an evil person attempting to kill everyone in this country and destroy them and eat their babies. We need to make sure that you're canceled. And then I put my entire mob of supporters on that person, and not a single word of dissent can be said. And it's not, you know, something along the lines of, well, you know, I see what you're saying there, but you have to weigh this out and look at it and do the usual political thing of either curbing around the question or trying to make it sound like it was in fact a good thing, and you literally go on the attack against them because they attacked you and your cult of personality can't take it, so you stick the dogs on them. You know, that's what I say is really the crux of the narcissistic people that get in charge these days, is that even when their actions are detrimental to their constituents, they'll still say it's the greatest thing that's ever been done. And if you disagree, if you disagree that the shit pie doesn't taste like shit and it tastes like cake, I'm going to stick my dogs on you and make your life a living hell. Like, that's what I'm saying.
Whose fault is it? Whose fault is it really? It's like when we really think about that, it's like, you know, the easy target is the politician to say this bastard, like, you know, coming in here taking no accountability, sitting here screwing people over left and right, the normal average everyday Americans. Screw that bastard. Like, that's an easy thing to say, but it's like at the same time though, I'm of the belief in the recent times, like in the last couple of years, at some point the voters, these really like uninformed people that are voting like quite often, at some point the responsibility's got to lie with the people. I mean, we're electing these people. I mean, we need to pay more attention to who the hell we're electing. And I'm not naming a specific group in particular. I'm just saying across the board. Like, we can't we can't make electoral decisions based on what we see on TikTok, because these politicians are putting out propaganda because that's what they're trying to get elected. So obviously they're not going to make themselves look bad. They're going to make themselves look the best they can on this propaganda they're putting out. So you have to actually, like, you know, dig in and look at what they're actually representing. And that's boring to most people these days. Nobody has the attention span for it. And even if people have the attention span for it, a lot of people these days can't even comprehend what they're looking at with these policies. They're just simply not informed enough to know what they're looking at, and they don't care to get informed about it either. So they end up hearing these one-liners, these zingers that these politicians put out, and that's how they vote. And you end up with people that are not suited or qualified or fit to serve in any respect, much less a dog pound.
Oh yeah, I would agree. I think I've said that a lot myself, like gotten on the soapbox that damn voters are the problem, because a lot of people will say, like, and we see this in the chat, and I get the point that people are trying to say behind this stuff, like there ought to be age restrictions on who can run for president and be in the Congress and whatnot. But my response to that is, why the hell don't the voters self-enforce age limits? Like, you know, like say you watch like Mitch, who's like 90, so like not to take a partisan example, but I mean he's an old guy, he's in the hospital recovering right now from a fairly normal health affliction that most people wouldn't, you know, have such a hard time dealing with, but because he's so old he is. It's like, you know, why in the world aren't the voters in that constituency going, I mean, he was a good guy, but he's an old guy now. He's like 90. He's had his run. We need to vote in a new guy, so we're going to vote him out in the next round and, you know, go with it. Like in this case, in this instance, like if they're just die hard, we've got to vote for the Reds. You know, we'll just vote for another Red, but it's not going to be him. Like, why can't they do that? Like, why in the world is it that we always talk about, oh, well, we need to implement this act and this law and this thing to curtail these sorts of people that are getting elected? Why don't the voters just not elect them? You know, like that's my question. It's like, why in the world did they not? Like, if the voters didn't want like 90-year-olds in the Congress, why do they keep voting for them? Like, there's plenty of them there, and plenty of their constituents will go, we need these old geezers out of Congress, but they'll keep voting for their old geezer.
That's because they're voting. They're voting not because, once again, they're not looking at policies. I mean, you wouldn't care if somebody's unknown and new. You wouldn't care if you looked at their policy and you thought, oh, this person has a good like set of policies. Like they have good domestic policies. They're saying good geopolitical statements. It seems like they have a good head on their shoulders. They're able to like, act good under pressure, qualities of a leader. And they're able to listen and take in new information and change their mind if there is new information that requires them to change their mind. They're not rigid in their thinking. Like you usually look at people and you determine whether or not they're a good leader based on those qualities, not whether or not they're good at bashing other people, roasting other people, or simply making good one-liners or like having a good debate. As like some people may not be the best at a debate, but they're really good at their policies and know what they're doing and they can make good decisions. It's like this like celebrity culture. It's like I think that's why we're seeing a lot of celebrities get elected. Like people are more interested in whether or not they have name value behind them, whether or not they're exciting, whether or not they're interesting, instead of whether or not they're just a good politician and they're able to pull off the policies that people really want.
And also another thing that I gotta say, folks, is that nowadays they've really cramped it down, like mentally, where people act like they have to agree with the party instead of the party trying to market themselves to the people. So, like with the Republicans or the Democrats, you get like these are set like this is the party's belief system. You're either with this or you're against it. And so, like say you live in a state like Alabama or California where it leans either blue or red, and you want to vote that way, red or blue depending on the majority in your state, but in the process you have to vote for someone who's going to vote on policies that are detrimental to you in the red state. Although you're a red voter, you're voting for things that are going to hurt your own industry, your own business, and possibly your own hireability. And then in the blue state you have to do the same. Because while you like a lot of their, say, moral standpoints, a lot of their actual policy standpoints on business or the economy might be detrimental to your exact industry. And then a lot of people these days have psyched themselves out into thinking, although it's destructive to me in the red state or the blue state, I voted for this and this is exactly what I wanted. And in fact, it's a good thing that this destructive element is being enacted into law against my best interests, just because this is the interest of the party. And that moves on from being an American, where you're looking out for American interest and you're looking out for your interest and the interests of the common citizen. You're starting to look out more for the party's interest than the nation's interest or the state's interests. And that's where I find a big problem. But George Washington talked about that specifically. He said that political parties were dangerous because people would start to factionalize and have more allegiance to a party than they would the nation. And that was talked about at the very farewell speech of the first president. And since then, nobody's ever listened to that or heeded to it, especially in the modern day. Now, it seems like it's a very tough time because whenever you ask people in America, are you an American? They'll identify themselves as an American by their political party before they say, I'm an American. Like, if you ask a Republican right now, are you an American? I'm a red-blooded American patriot and I love the president. And then if you ask a Democrat, are you an American? I'm an American because I'm a Democrat. And it's like, you're not an American because you're a Republican or a Democrat. You're an American because you're an American. The political parties only exist as a vehicle for the improvement of the country. That's not the primary facet of their existence, is to just be the party itself. And I absolutely hate that kind of a mentality that most people have in this country these days about that sort of a deal.
Yeah, and getting past just that part of it right there, the psychological part of it, and all that we were just discussing, then you get into the problem of how you even get in the door in the first place to even get elected. It's like these days, money is polluting the whole system, so it's kind of hard to have what they call a grassroots campaign. I can't remember the last time there was a successful grassroots presidential campaign. I can't even remember. I think it might have been Jimmy Carter, like way back in 1976. That might have been the last successful one that we've seen. Like in the modern day, all the ones I can remember have been largely funded with massive like advertising campaigns, huge money behind them, huge donors. That's pretty much modern politics at this point. Theodore Roosevelt was another grassroots successful campaign, but that was all the way back in, I think, like 1910 or 1912 or
early
something.
1900s. Literally
Yeah,
the
very
dawn of the
early.
century.
Yeah, just to make the point, though, I mean, the stats literally show there has not been a successful grassroots political campaign for president in decades, many, many decades, and that's not a good sign for democracy.
Also, I saw someone in the chat say something I gotta say, though, this is a pretty, like, I'm pointing this one out because it's a bit disingenuous. Someone said, and there's some people on the left that hate America. I've seen as many people on the right hate America these days as I've seen on the left. People on the right and the left basically hate America for all the same reasons. For the fact that we have toleration in the government, the fact that we allow people to dissent against whoever's in charge, the fact that they say that atrocities have been conducted against them and their culture, and their Volk, like they're a whole bunch of Nazis or something. Like, I will be honest with you, I don't see any differences in the far left from the far right. They're basically the same group. They hate the United States of America. They hate everything that the Constitution and the Founding Fathers stood for. They hate the ideals of the Enlightenment. They don't want any of it. So to say that it's just one side, like the fringe side of the left that hates America, I'd say that's pretty unfair. There's also a very fringe side on the right that also hates the United States as well, and I've seen that quite clearly. I mean, you can see that in modern political discourse these days. How they talk about how the United States defeats itself because of its own laws, and George Washington was a bitch. Like I saw that yesterday. Like legitimately, I was like, that's ridiculous. And these people claim to be Americans. I'm like, that's absolutely outrageous. Like, the one thing I will say that Americans have to be unified about is the principles of the founding of the nation, the Enlightenment ideals that existed at that time. That has been the guiding light, the beacon of salvation for this country for 250 years, were those Enlightenment ideals that were laid out in the U.S. Constitution and the Bill of Rights. That's what made the United States great. If anyone can agree on anything in this country, we have to agree on the Constitution and its Bill of Rights as a unifying base element that we all agree that the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the Enlightenment ideals of our founding fathers are what we should be following. How we follow them, and how we implement that, and how we continue to meet the challenges of our day is largely answered through those ideals. That's what I think, at least. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Ross, who put in a $50 support. And thank you very much, Ross, for that support, and we do appreciate that. He said, I think people are so buried in trying to survive from day to day that they make decisions that are poorly informed, and we need to solve for a whole bunch of issues to get ourselves a high percentage of well-educated and thoughtful voters. I think I would partially agree with that, Ross. But another part of it is this: people these days believe that, like, watching TikTok reels about what's going on politically, what a particular candidate's policies are, and things like that, they believe that's the proper way to inform themselves. And these people will watch these TikTok reels and then walk around like they're knowledgeable. I'm like, you're not knowledgeable. I'm like, you're listening to propaganda from one side, and then you're running around acting like that's the gospel. It's like, that's not the way it works. You have to do research on both sides, because every politician lies. That's been that way since the beginning of the United States and every country in the world. Politicians lie. That's part of the game, unfortunately. So you have to do a whole bunch of research. You have to cross-check stuff. And I just don't think many people want to. Some people just want to go with what they want to hear. Like, if it's something they want to hear, they don't really want to look too deep, because they might find something that doesn't really line up with their what they want to hear. So they just kind of run with it. So part of it's a mindset problem, and part of it's an education problem. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that I would agree with that, really. I mean, a lot of people don't really care to do a lot of research, but I would say that one thing that's being woefully disregarded in this country, which is a very dangerous thing, is the education of the next generations. That was disregarded when we were growing up. That was disregarded with the generation before us, and it's been on a downward slope for decades, I would say. And the next generation is worse off than ours, and the next one will be, and the next one will be, if this kind of a trend continues. And as we continue to teach people and continue to hold them up to a lesser and lesser standard with each generation, we're going to continue to see that the voting base becomes less and less intelligent, less and less discerning of critical thought. I would say that a lot of people in my generation, speaking for my generation as I grew up with them and know them intrinsically, I can't say for other generations, but a lot of them do not possess any critical thinking skills. Like, a lot of them never look at something and they go, well, why is it that way? Is that true? I need to look into that and see if that is true. That's not true, or that is true. A lot of people like to cling on to absolutely fanciful notions these days, and that's one thing that absolutely just destroys me in domestic politics when I watch it. Like you'll hear this from both sides. The other side, if they get elected, they're going to put the rest of us in camps and they eat babies. And it's like, is there any real reason to believe that? And we've watched two administrations come in, the current one and the last one. Both of them had the same claim put against them. If they get elected, everyone's going to be in camps and they eat babies. And it's like, okay, well, do they? And it's like, well, no, they're bad. I mean, like, I would say that neither one of them, as far as their policies and foreign policy or domestic policy, have been good. And I haven't seen a success from either one of them. But are they going to put everyone in camps and eat babies? No. Like, it's like, that's just a complete exaggeration. And yet people live in that fantasy as their reality that they make decisions on. And it's like, how in the hell do people live like that? Like, I don't even know, because that would overwhelm me to sit there and think there's that half of the country out there wants to basically just wipe you out when they really don't. I mean, they might disagree with you, but that's very far removed from they want to exterminate you. You know, it's like that's a wild sort of a notion to live with on the daily. But I would say that education is the most important thing we need to focus on. If we have an uneducated populace, they're an ignorant populace, they will vote, think, and decide poorly. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Kerberos once again. He said, sociopath normally has impulse control and maintaining relationships. The psychopath masks and control all outcomes. And that's true. He said only violating mask when control not possible. And DSRM 5 and 6 covered the traits. I believe that's the psychology manual right there. I think that's what they use to diagnose people, like psychologists and psychiatrists. I think that is the actual manual. But yeah, that is true right there. Unfortunately, we've both had experience with that kind of stuff right there, and I can tell you it's definitely something you do not want to experience, especially with a psychopath. But Enforcer, what say you?
Living around a psychopath is absolute hell. Like, I can tell you that with a great deal of knowledge. It's pretty rough, but I do thank you for support, and that is true. That's actually what I was trying to say earlier. I just didn't say it well because I don't know the exact definitions, and that's what that psychiatrist guy said. That shrink. But big thanks to you so much for giving support, and with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from RCH Technologies once again, who said Enforcer for president, and we can all pitch in and buy a plane, paint LSA on it, and serve Costco chicken on the flight to Washington.
You know, that's not all the question. And I do have to say a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running and making this thing possible. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from JS Ghost Sniper, who said, how fast could Ukraine SOF theoretically take Crimea if, for example, a distraction is made on another front and open up the door for a silent insertion by Alpha Group or Azov SOF?
Unfortunately, I hate to say this, but special forces are never really designed to take ground. They're more so designed to operate behind the lines. So they're not operating like a normal infantry unit where they advance onto a contested field, take the ground, and then hold it, and then prepare for another offensive phase, and then advance again to another point, hold that down, and then wait for the next advance. Special forces teams are designed, specifically in most nations, also in Ukraine, to be able to conduct behind the lines sabotage and reconnaissance. And so special forces teams could be dropped off inside of Crimea and then make their way up into Kherson and Zaporizhia to weaken those forces through reconnaissance and sabotage to be able to open up the way for the infantry to then advance and take the ground. But the special forces teams would never really be able to do that themselves. They don't have the indirect fire support capabilities directly integrated into their units to make that possible, nor do they have the logistical capabilities due to their design and tactics to be able to also hold the ground sufficiently like normal line infantry would, like we would see up on the Surovikin line right now in Zaporizhia. So I hope that does address that the best I can, and a big thanks to you for the support. And with that, we're on the next one.
All right, and I think we're moving on to one of our last questions of the night, actually.
Yes, third to last question of the night. And so with that, we're on... No, go ahead.
And this one goes to I'm D. Stevenson, who said, do you think Russia will actually survive until the winter?
I think that they will. Barely, but they will. So I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the second to last question of the night.
We also have one here from Sammy, who said, have you guys seen the new reports on the wildlife, especially the birds, are using the leftover fiber optics from the battlefields to make their nests? Apparently it's a norm now.
Yeah, actually, I have heard about that. Been unfortunate, but yes, that's becoming very common in Ukraine for a lot of wildlife to try and repurpose some of the fiber optics for their own purposes. The birds use them a lot for nests. I've seen a good bit about that. Just we don't report that on the show, actually. But yeah, you caught that, and yes, that is a big thing these days. And so with that, we are on to the final question of the night. And so, who is the last person who threw in the lucky last question of the night?
And that viewer is Marie Jacobs, who said, which will happen first? Ukraine retakes Crimea Russia invades a NATO country, or USA and Iran starts fighting again, an LLT, LSA.
Which one happens first? The U.S. and Iran will probably start fighting again. That's what I think. Like, if anything's going to have a high probability within maybe the next few months, we might be going back to war with Iran, because I just don't see any progress coming out of this MOU even still. But a huge thanks to you once again for a great question there. And also a big shout out to Kerberos, who just threw in a 20 and said, hats off to both of you in chat for critically thinking and having a real conversation respectfully. You two are doing awesome. Sorry to try again. Say with me for pronounce, please, Cerberus. Oh, it is Cerberus.
It's Cerberus. So it's not the K, it's Cerberus.
I thought it was Kerberos the whole time. But big thanks to you for your support and help this channel to keep it running, Kerberos. And we would get one from the chat, but we actually just answered the lucky last question of the night. And you were the one right after that, so you're the -1 question right after the 0. But still, a big thanks to you so much once again for the support and help this channel to keep it running. And with that, folks, we've reached the end of tonight's stream. I got to give y'all a humongous thanks, each and every single one of y'all, once again, for being here with us over the course of the stream. We were able to have a peak viewership tonight of 15.7 thousand people, and 103,000 people have watched this stream before it ended. We thank you all so much once again for watching, and we also thank you all massively for supporting Nova Ukraine and getting the fundraiser up to a whopping $2,732 raised. And so with that, we will see you all on Tuesday to cover the next 24 hours of the news from around the world, and if there is a short war video tomorrow, I'll be the one making that short war video. And so with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe, Slava Ukraini, Ram Slava, long live the Lee Spring Army, and long live the Republic.
And with that, folks, we will all see you very soon on Tuesday night at 10 p.m. Eastern for the next Nightly War News stream. And we will see as well, maybe about a short war video tomorrow if there is enough news to cover. But in the meantime, though, I will admit it's a little bit strange having 2 days off like that back to back. We just had one off yesterday for the July the 4th. Now we have one off for Monday again. I feel like I'm slacking. I feel like we're slacking here. But it's the way it is. So, say what now?
Oh no, we're not. We're not slacking. It's a channel holiday, the 4th of July. It's tradition.
It's tradition. As slacking is a tradition.
What? I didn't say that. Bro, the fake news over here. Bro, like, took my words and spun them.
It's all fake news. It's fake news. It's all fake news. But anyways, though, thank you all once again for being here tonight and helping us to smash the fundraising goal. Well over it, by the way, and we do appreciate that very much. And that is going to go to a very good cause, which is Nova Ukraine, which is helping those good folks in Ukraine who are unfortunately going through a hard time thanks to those Russian bastards in the Kremlin. But anyways, though, we will see you on Tuesday. And with that, of course, Slava Ukraine, Herom Slava, get some rest, and good night.